So that should get that running. Let's get some of this going. Let's check. The on-air light is red. Welcome. Welcome. It's been raining for a month and my voice is a little weird. I'm not going to push it too far. I can't hear what's going on. What's happening here? Oh, volume's down. Okay. 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 Check the YouTube. Make sure that I pop out all my chats. I haven't popped out any of my chats yet. Let's double check. Yeah, I've got the big one open, but not the little ones. Let's open this one up. I guess I can't skip this song. I would skip it. It's a little too blatant. Ground control to Major Tom. It's like, come on. Necessarily have that on. All right, mute YouTube. Pop out the chat. Sorry, you get the side profile of my face for a little bit. Close that window. Here, you guys can just look at this. There we go. Boy, I can't wait for this song to be over. Maybe we don't listen to this mix unless I can go... you have to subscribe in order to skip. This is bullshit. Oh, and then you can't get out of the window. Oh, there's an X in the corner. Okay. Very nonchalantly. Can I fast forward it? No, they give you you've no control over the SoundCloud. Come on. Also, Nexus Mods got bought. I cannot believe it. And it's some interest in monetizing it too. From what we know, I mean, they're going to want a return on that investment. So it's inevitable that something is going to happen to our beloved Nexus Mods. Hold on, I'm trying to go back. Top DJ Deckard. We'll do a different, the Breakfast of Champions. That'll be good. Oh my God, I have to click in order to... There we go. Okay, whatever. That'll just be in the background, hopefully. Sorry, I didn't vet out my music ahead of time. It was bad. That was bad. That was a bad thing. All right, I have YouTube chat open. Let's get Twitch chat popped out too for my one viewer. Apparently nobody's watching right now. Twitch TV will bother. And I go to this thing over here, and I click on the gear, and then I go to pop out chat. There we go. Okay. All right. That's good. Hopefully we're not using up any computer resources today. I have 2 files that will not copy. I don't know what happened. This is on an SSD, and it's getting old on the stream computer. I wager that eventually the stream computer is just going to die. And then at that point, I'll be forced to upgrade it because it is getting old. It's about as old as the stream. And I had issues copying some files over. So I do not know. I don't know. I did a scan, like an integrity scan, and it didn't find any issues. Dunno. All right, the CR scan we can put back in the drawer. We did our scanning. I played around with manipulating faces on Fusion 360. Not faces. What are they called again? Forms. I fooled around with forms, and I didn't really get what I was doing. Oh my God, is this loud? Yeah, this is kind of loud. Okay, let me turn this down. Sorry. That should be pretty well in the background. That's unhearable, actually. It needs to be a little bit more than that. Maybe like there. I gotta split up these sources in the mixer. They're all one. Only my voice is going into the mixer, yeah. I could have them all on my fancy schmancy mixer. And my computer has its own output. And then have the mixer running the speakers right now. Right now the Focusrite is running the speakers. The Focusrite should be its own thing as well. I don't think I can make the Focusrite an extension of the mixer. That would be nice and centralized, but I don't think it works like that. They'll probably remain separate. All right, Creality Scanner is away. I think we can make good on those scans though, because I'm learning the form tool. I watched a video on the forms tool, and if I get it right, I will be able to make the airbag with basically Dead Reckoning. So. What are you talking about? This is the other thing that I need to spend some time on. I haven't had time to spend on stuff. I need to spend some time with it and get all of my stuff over on it so that I have more control of my own stream. But today we're doing physical stuff. I don't want to have to bother with computers and stuff like that. We're actually going to work with the stuff that I've built and see if we can't, I don't know, maybe power stuff up. I want to take a look at like the state of the wiring harness on Burn the Subs, because that still needs to be worked on, and that's a good physical thing that we can do. And it doesn't involve computers or sponsors or anything weird like that. It's just literally, we can just sit here and work on something, which will be nice, because I haven't really done anything in the past couple days. I haven't done much. I've been watching videos on how to use the forms tool. Just being chat and annoying you. I don't need to be annoyed, you know. You can just interact like a normal, you know. I don't need to be against my chat. Yeah, see, this doesn't even work. Some of these do work, like the scenes, I think. Yeah, those work. Although everything has changed names, so this is all the old programming for the Steam Deck. I finally got it working. It actually functions with all its buddies over here. I had to use a regular USB, though. I put in a USB-C hub so that we have extremely high bandwidth going all the way back to the computer, and then I have a power supply, USB-C power supply for all this USB-C powered stuff that sits on the desk. So power only going into like the phone cradle, the oscope and stuff. I don't know if I plugged, I think it's only power over USB-C for this thing. I think. I don't know if I could plug it in and have it still run the, well, I could actually do Wi-Fi on it and then I wouldn't need the Ethernet cable. I don't know if I should do Wi-Fi for my scope though. That seems a little weird. But yeah, and then the old USB-C hub is still there, but apparently now there's enough bandwidth that it can run both Stream Decks and the webcam all at once. Pretty crazy. Microscope's doing good. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I don't know if we're gonna need it today, but this music might be a little bit much. I might put the Bosch on this. Yeah, maybe we don't do a Breakfast of Champions. It's a little bit bouncy. Let's see. Where's my definition of chill? Duck that shot. Bootleg. What the heck is that? Hoedown. No, I don't want that. What has this guy been DJing lately? This is just a sound. I'm just on SoundCloud looking through a DJ's tracks. It's one of the DJs that are associated with the Space Cowboys, which are these folks that have this what you call it? What is that called again? Oh man, I forget. It's a type of military vehicle, but they kit it out of a military vehicle with a bunch of DJ stuff, and they go out into the deep playa and basically deploy a party on demand. And there's a lot of pop music, kind of remixy kind of stuff, and a lot of deep housey kind of stuff going on there. So it's just like, I don't feel like doing an incredible amount of research and finding some weird obscure artist. I just want to put something on that's gonna, you know, have a feel to it and be just sort of lighthearted. And so there it is. That's this stuff. This is the more chill tracks, but this starts off with Orbital, which is a favorite of mine. This is a thick freaking cable. That thing is not to be trifled with. I need to find a thick enough cable to run the Stream Deck from that hub there that potentially reaches all the way over to my gaming computer. God, that's going to be annoying. If I were to set this place up again, I would probably take over. There's on the other side of this wall, this is just like one layer of drywall over here. So on the other side of that is a bunch of storage. And what I should have done is set up camp on that storage, and then I could put all my computers there. And I could put them in maybe rack enclosures, possibly, kind of like I did with the streaming computer, but I could put everything over there and have a couple optical hubs over here that would take the monitors and the USB ports and stuff. And that way, all the computers are in a different room and I don't have to listen to them spooling up and down. And I can also put them on like kind of loud settings so that they're not whisper quiet studio computers. They're balls to the wall, you know, cooling items that'll just be rearranging the dust in the basement, the unfinished part of the basement. I think that would be pretty good, but that's maybe for another time. If I have to reset the room at any time, I might do that. Although, to be fair, some of the USB devices that we run here might not work with that system. I don't know what those KVMs, those optical KVMs are like. Because like, if I have an optical KVM coming in here, do I have bandwidth for this? Do I have bandwidth for all the webcams? Probably don't. Probably don't. I'm gonna have to run those as a separate entity. The high bandwidth USB items. So maybe it is better that I just do things this way with having the computer local and then having all of these hubs all over the place. All these high-speed hubs. Boy, it's a quiet one today, huh? I guess it's Tuesday. Everybody's trying to do work. Everybody's doing work. Gotta get work done. We'll soldier on, though. This is something that I've needed to work on for quite some time. This whole burn the subs thing. And once I'm done today, I can work on the forming tool a little bit more. And maybe we can have another Fusion 360 stream where I actually get stuff done. Now that I know. All I had to do, by the way, with laying down all those planes, all I had to do was hit Alt. If I hit Alt, I can add a new thing to the thing. So I can either click on the form and I can click Alt and expand out the faces, or if I'm working in 2-dimensionals on planes, I can hit a line, hit Alt, and it'll pull off another square. That would have been perfect. I would have been able to get that tracing of the form done in like seconds. So I now know. And then there's the scaling tool too. So if I build up the walls, I can use the scaling tool to curve it in on itself. I don't know to what end. We'll figure that out, but that'll be pretty cool. I love this song. This is wait a minute. The Box. There we go. Orbital the Box, part 1. Part 1 is a lot more chill than part 2. This actually, I don't know if he leads into it in this mix. I think he only does part 1. But at the end of part 1, it da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na, kicks off the part 2. Part 2 is a much cooler. I originally was introduced to this song as the very first techno song that I ever listened to. That may not be true, but it was one of the first that kicked me off into like, I think I like electronic music. I'm some kind of a freak. I like electronic music. What happened? Kicked off my love of electronic music during a laser show. It wasn't Pink Floyd laser show, but it was at the planetarium. And it was a techno-inspired laser show. Coolest thing. Since then, I have been very much an enjoyer of lasers. As you all know, seeing as we are working on today a laser-powered, I say powered, but laser isn't really providing the power. You know, like they did laser power in the game that is called Abiotic Factor. They have actual laser power, so you actually put the lasers out and they power things for you, which is absurd. Because while there is a lot of energy in a laser beam, I don't know. I don't think that's a thing, is it? Maybe you could power something with lasers, but I call this laser powered just because it uses a laser in order to do the job that it has to do. And the job that it has to do is burning the names of subscribers onto a giant board. This is like a 3D printer. It is like an engraver. It is sort of like a tool like that, except that it's 100% dedicated to the Twitch API and burning names on itself. So what we need to do with this is get all the hardware locked down. We need to lock down all this hardware, and that involves wiring things in the control panel first, then wiring things on the physical board itself. Technology has changed a little bit since I began this, and this is sort of a refit of the old girl, and we haven't worked on it in a little while, so we need to kind of get our ducks in a row here. But I would like to maybe perhaps power something up today. That would be nice to test this power supply, make sure it doesn't blow the fuck up in my face, because this is an eBay buy and I haven't tested it. Oh yeah, see, he just mixes right out of it. He doesn't allow the Box part 2 to come into effect, because it's a lot less chill than all the other songs. Happy news is good. Today I got AliExpress batteries for my 24-year-old blue Bosch drill that I bought a few weeks ago for $5. Well, hello, that went in every direction at once. Got an AliExpress batteries for the 24-year-old blue Bosch drill that I bought a few weeks ago for $5. There we go. Back in the day, it was a $450 drill. That's 24-year-old, so the early 2000s Bosch drill. What was the state of battery operated? Everything was nickel cadmium back then. I actually found out that you can buy an adapter for the new 24 volt lithium ion batteries, the ubiquitous batteries that everybody uses now. You can buy an adapter that'll adapt it back to the NiCad standard sizes. I don't know what that does for the amount of power that the drill's putting out. It probably like supercharges the drill, but it's just literally a slap-on piece of plastic, and then you can lock in the new battery. So I bought a bunch of those for my dad, who has a very old set of tools, and the batteries are just dead. So got him some of the new stuff, which will eventually just be dead. But I guess those can live on the charger, and the charger will keep it in good health. Better health, I guess, for the home gamer. What direction was I? Hold on. Goes this way? No, today it's this way. That's the usual direction. Oh, there we go. We've got the mini part and the mega part. All right, there we go. Nickel metal hydride. Yeah, how do you refurbish those? I think you can cycle them. I think cycling them helps them out. Unlike lithium ion. Lithium ion is all about preventing the substrate cracking. But with nickel metal hydride, it's a chemical battery, and I think it's healthy to put it through a cycle. I'm not sure. Some of the battery minders, like the more computerized ones, the ones with microcontroller, those will have like a setting where you can cycle the battery and see what kind of health it's in. I don't, for somebody that I know so much about battery technology and, taking care of batteries and the sort of the processes and the electronics behind it and all that stuff, because it used to be part of the job as a tracking devices guru. But now I don't do that much RF projecting, so I have all these lithium ion cells that I think I need to kind of like get into the recycling. Otherwise, my whole shop is going to freaking explode. Like all these old lithium ion cells. I don't know how many of them have expanded. Supposedly, leaving a lithium ion battery alone, and if it balloons out, it's okay because nothing is puncturing that bag. That bag is engineered to hold the amount of hydrogen that it should be producing. If it fails or whatever, it shouldn't be shorting out, it shouldn't be heating up. That's all behind the engineering there. But there's always the chance that something punctures it or disrupts it and hurts it and makes it go pop. So I probably should get a lot of that potential energy out of my shop. Because I don't do that much with batteries. We're not doing drones because I don't have room to fly. RC cars we've done a little bit with, but those are like 4 batteries. The power tools are batteries, but those are all maintained. And then we're not doing like portable RF stuff, although I am tempted to. I bought a little bit of hardware to do some stuff because you can do like a cop detector, and all that's doing is looking for the specific address of the Axios equipment that they use. Like the tasers have a particular MAC address on Bluetooth Low Energy for some reason. I think it's for keeping track of them, like keeping track of inventory. The body cams apparently have a Bluetooth address as well. So you can set up a device that you can put in your pocket and it can buzz when there's a cop nearby. Cop detected. Buzz. Well, all the protest stuff that's been going on, I didn't really gear myself up to go out there and join them. And I feel bad about that, but I just couldn't do it. But I should have. That was sort of the title over Saturday. That's why we didn't have a Saturday stream. It was like, oh shit, there's a giant protest that I should be taking part of. And so the title was like, there's bigger things that don't bother. Go outside. Bigger things that don't bother out there. Oh, bother's pretty big, but physically, that's probably why I didn't join the protests. But yeah, I will be out there soon, participating. Oh yeah, this thing, the gripper. This thing is cursed. They put this on bottles so that they don't like spray during shipping, but they call it the gripper, and it is nothing but phallic. You gotta prevent leaks, chat. Jeez. Oh boy, where are we? We're finally working on this project. I'm gonna have to dig out some wires and crimps. Crimps are all right here in the drawer, so I don't really have to go digging for that. The wires, I don't know what the situation is with wiring around here, but I know we are going to make all of the wires ourselves. Are we gonna put shrink wrap labels on them? Probably no. Maybe just so I can get my head straight like later at a later date. We should probably also jot down what the wiring is so that I have a reference to come back to. A reference material is fairly important when you have to repair something. 2 of the drills now is a used tool event. Bought 3 tools. The other's a fine multi-cutter that works and a Bosch impact driver that looks dead. I ordered all the brushes for it, but I think the motor is dead. The motor, if you're pulling it apart far enough, you can look at the windings and make sure that they haven't burnt. And if the windings aren't burnt, then it might just be a matter of bearings. If you have like a miniature bearing puller, which is a tool that I had to buy, not expensive, the miniature bearing puller. I don't know where it is, but it was a good tool because it does stuff like that. Like if you have this Bosch drill that is literally just a gearbox and a motor, right? So what's wrong with it? Well, okay, so gearbox is a physical thing. You can just pop the grease out of it and put new grease in. The motor is 2 bearings, brushes, and windings. Stator and a rotor. So if you boil it down to that, it's not as scary as you think. You just pull the bearings off, put new ones on, and then make sure that those have a nice light grease on them, and it should work again. I mean, it did. There's no reason, unless something burns up and disconnects, that it should be, totally dead. That's the wonderful thing about these older tools, is you pull off all the screws and they just fall apart into 4 pieces, and you just make sure that those 4 pieces are either greased or screwed down. And like any good relationship. Although, working that on that level with motors can be scary. But really, the universal DC brush motor that they use is a very common thing indeed. So finding bearings might not be as easy as I make it out to be, but a good McMaster car session, and you'll probably be able to find something that is exactly right, that should press fit back in, because they're not using parts that are all that difficult. Actually, you know what? Instead of, it might not have bearings, it might have oil impregnated sleeves, these brass sleeves. They're insidious. They put them in all these cheap bits of hardware, then thinking that it's like a bearing, and it just fails eventually. Ball bearings are wonderful things. You could even upgrade them to ball bearings maybe. But if it's an oil impregnated sleeve, I'm not as keen on how to refurbish those. Although in that case, it might still just be a matter of blasting all the grease away, all the old grease, and then putting new grease in. Might just get it to work again. Though in the act of seizing, it probably current dumped into one of the coils. So it's possible that the coils are broken. You might need to take a multimeter to it. But otherwise, I mean, it is just a very simple troubleshooting thing. I don't doubt that you have the ability to get that thing to work again. Hey, Bother, is there a generic type of connector you use when doing circuits that are not DuPont pins into breadboard or soldering? Yeah, they're called JST. JST XR series. JST XR, I believe. They are these white plugs on the perimeter here. Oops. Nope. There. These guys right here. JST, I believe that's the XR series. They are 0.1 inch spaced. They are keyed. And so you can't like plug them in backwards, and they're ubiquitous. I mean, this is a 3D printer thing, and it's using 2 pins and 4 pin versions of it. They carry about an amp a pin. It's pretty much the same thing as the square headers. The crimp is, I'm not going to say easy, but it is not hard to crimp. It's a little fiddly to crimp, but you can make proper wiring harnesses with that sort of thing. Other than this sort of thing, because you said board level. If it's not board level, if it's panel level, I love me a good DB connector, a DB15, a DB8, DB9, DB15. Those are odd numbers of pins, but those pins can take like 5 amps at 12 volts. They're very versatile plugs. They're ubiquitous. You can find them at any old Radio Shack. I can't say that anymore because you can't find a Radio Shack. Anyway, you can find them all over the place. And those DB connectors are they're just super simple, you know. They'll be around until the end of mankind. Could you imagine you develop this standard and you say, this should be pretty good. We can bend this shroud and we can punch the cable in and we put like a pretty big pin in it. You can solder it. You could make it a screw terminal if you want. This is a good standard. Let's put this into computers and stuff. And it ends up that you have invented a technology that's going to take mankind all the way to its fruition. Like the last human being that resembles man as it is right now will be looking at a DB connector going, man, I need to rewire this. Like, it is just a piece of human technology now. It's crazy. Of course, not DuPont pins into breadboard nor soldering. Into breadboard. Okay, yeah, that's definitely the JST. Let me just double check on the series. Pin connector adapter plug set. Well, that's not descriptive enough. Hold on. Do XH, not XR. XH. JST XH. XH, that's the series. .54mm JSTXH. You can get a kit that just has all the stuff in it. And then the crimper, I use this one. I don't even know if it's good. It's Presivia. Oh, here we go. PR3254. It's got 3 sizes. 1, 2, 3. 3 is for if you have... 3 is more for a DuPont. The JSTs have these sort of double over the little butt. We're going to be using this stuff today. 26 to 18 AWG. Presivia. Or Presiva. I'm adding all kinds of consonants. That is indeed what I use. And that is what we will use. We'll be using it a little today. Bum, 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 bum. The motor only costs less than $7 on AliExpress, but I'll try to take it apart first. The question is, would the new motor be much cheaperly built than the old motor, or vice versa? Because either scenario I can see, where the company makes a better motor than what you're able to buy on AliExpress, or the company cheapened up the motor so much that you can buy a generic one on AliExpress and it's actually set up better. The working motor obviously is superior to the broken one, but would the refurbished one exceed the non-refurbished one? These are the things that keep me up at night. Actually, no, these are the things that keep me buying stuff that I don't need. Because I'd have to actually put that to paper and buy a motor. I have to answer this question. Bum, 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 bum. How is everyone doing? I have been playing Deltarune and I got to the end of chapter 2. I know of chapter 3. I kind of know chapter 3 a little bit. I don't know anything about chapter 4. I'm taking my time with it. I'm taking my goddamn time with it. Because, yeah, it's going to be a couple years until the next chapter comes out, so... Most likely it was made in the same building. The Bosch stuff was made in, you guessed it, China. Well, but then there's enough time in between the year 2000 and now, 25 years. Holy shit, fucking 25 years. There's been a lot of time between then for them to go, yeah, these beans aren't counting up quite right. Let's change something. Or, this design is fundamentally kind of shit. Let's upgrade it. And then also, I don't want to make this anymore. Here's all of my tools, other provider, and the other manufacturer steps in and starts using the same stuff. There's all kinds of changes that happen in that, even in scale. Or it could turn out that the motor that you buy off AliExpress was made in 2001 in the same factory line. They made 1 billion of them, and then half of them sit in a warehouse. Any of those scenarios are valid. Any of those scenarios are valid. And so that could lead to vast differences in the motor that you're able to source and or the motor that you're able to repair. So yeah, it's a crazy, it's a mad world out there. You can do anything, and anything can happen. It'll be an interesting story. And that's what we're all about here, is interesting stories. Anyway, yeah. So I got to the end of chapter 2, and then I went, wait, I did the Spampton Neo fight, and I actually did it in like 3 tries, 4 tries. I think it was 4. It might have been 3. It might have been 3 tries. I wasn't keeping track, but I was doing a run that I thought I was just going to lose. I'm like, I'm just going to get used to the attacks and kind of get to know them a little bit. And I ended up, beating him. And so I was like, wait, I've missed a lot of stuff in these first 2 chapters. Hey, what's up, Manabu? I missed a lot of stuff in these first 2 chapters. Like, can I go back? I don't think you can. There might be a way to go back, but I was unable to figure it out. And so I figured, like, you know what? I'm just going to start over. I'm going to start chapters 1 and 2 from the beginning, and I'm going to get all of the little fiddly things, and then I'll do a chapter 3 run just off the cuff, and then I'll do a chapter 3 run that'll be for all the little details. Take my time with it, though. I haven't played it in a couple days. Taking my time. Because you got to savor that, because it's, the next game is going to be out in a month. What's up, Lines and Squares? How you doing? We're gonna bring out the old project here. We're gonna dust off the old girl and work on Burn the Subs. We're gonna try to do a little bit of wiring. I would like to power something up today. I kind of want to turn on that Vicor power supply and see if it's gonna blow up. Because I bought it off of eBay, and it's a solid state power supply. I haven't looked at the capacitors. I don't know what era the capacitors are from. I don't think they're capacitor plague. I think they're post-capacitor plague. Death Stranding 2 teaser is out. I saw a headline. I saw such a Kojima headline that in playtests, Death Stranding 2 was too good and they had to make adjustments. That is such a Kojima, like, come on, man. Come on. This game is too good. I don't know what I'm doing. Help. I'm a playtester. This game is too good. This is playtest. This is me playtesting. The most absurd thing I've read, and this is the year 2025. There are some extremely absurd things to read, and yet Kojima comes out on top every time. Every time. I don't know how he does it. Doing the dishes. That's the thing about being an adult, is that you are always cleaning the kitchen. I mean, maybe you're not doing dishes in the kitchen. I don't mean to judge, but I'm always doing dishes. Always, always. It's like when I cook dinner, I get to clean up afterwards. And when somebody else cooks dinner, I get to clean up afterwards because they cooked a dinner. It's like, why? Why does this happen? Do I need to I need to inject myself with turbo asshole serum and just walk away? Oh, but I hate stuff like that. I hate stuff like that where it's like, this is your job, do it. I really don't like that. I like it when everybody partaking in the meal helps with every facet. You can't necessarily have everybody cook, but I mean having other people assist and clean up and taking part and hanging out, it's the social aspect of it. Man, this is all the effort that went into this thing. I didn't design this. This is somebody else, but this is a driver board for, was it my Creality 3D printer? Who were you? What were you? What was you? That's another thing that I've been kind of thinking about working on, by the way. This is just reminding me of it, the resistor bank right there. The LVGL adapter for my oscilloscope. It's kind of not a universal thing, but like Rygal's use this particular thing across a bunch of different scopes, where you have this low voltage dual communication line, basically. So you're taking your 1 and 0 logic signals, TTL or 3-volt logic. You're taking that and you're turning that into a differential signal that goes into the scope. And I guess what that means is that you can have a long wire and less interference over that long wire, and then the thing you're logic testing. But I mean, if we're logic testing something, I don't think I'm going to be that far away from it. I can just move this very small and light scope to the point where wires would reach that big IDC connector in front. So what I'd like to do is make an inline LVGL adapter. The LVGL adapter for this thing, by the way, is the same cost as the scope. Like, this is a $600-ish scope, and the LVGL adapter is $400. So the makers out there have figured out what all the pinout of that thing is and how to make your own. And if you want one that's reasonably fast, I'm thinking what I want to do is have a 90-degree mounted PCB so that the IDC connector solders on the top and the bottom of the board. This one isn't top and bottom, but I mean, the same principle, where you'd have the board coming out at a 90-degree angle, and then you have all your little LVGL chips on it, and then you have the other two 8-pin connectors that would be your logic inputs on the other side. And so it could be this tiny little thing that sort of plugs into that slot and gives me the ability to do logic analysis. That's why I bought the DHO 914. I don't know if I would suggest other people buy this scope now, because when I bought it, this thing was $1,000. It dropped $400, $500, almost $500 it dropped in price. Crazy. I really shouldn't have. First of all, I ordered it for the big 4.0, so that was a timely purchase. It was newer, and maybe harder to stock, but I don't think that explains the premium. I guess maybe with tariffs, this thing is going to go way up in price. Hey, Ben Gizmo, how you doing? Ben Gizmo. So anyway, the LVGL adapter is something that we should do, and I think we can do that sponsored, because it'll be using Fusion 360 circuit design stuff. And then what we can, the startup time is a bit, it's like a full minute. It's like 54 seconds for startup. But what we can do is we can do that in Fusion 360, and maybe we can try to make it as fast as possible. We can make it maybe a 4-layer board. It depends on what the prices are for like JLC PCB these days. We could make it a 4-layer board. I can cram everything as close together as possible, and we can maybe try to break some speed records with it, and you know, do 4-layer shielding. So you'd have your upper layer shielding the traces, so that everything is like super fast. And then I could plug logic directly into the front of it and see what happens. I don't know how we test that, because it's not like I have speed certification equipment on hand. I think this was the Creality. Yeah, Creality 2 version 2.1. Man, this thing's old. What year is this from? You can find a year marking on it. Sometimes they do that. Creality version 2.1. It's good practice to put the year, put the current date on your circuit boards, so you just have an idea of when you made it. This thing is covered in dog hair. Great, great, great. The digital I/O board for the scope, yeah, you can get like a $75, $110. There's also one that'll cost you about $20, but I want to make my own, because I want it to plug in a little bit more elegantly, and I don't want to spend $100. Although, to be fair, to do my own, it'll probably cost me $100. To be fair, it'll be like $50 for the circuit boards, and then another like 30 to 40 for the parts. I don't see a date anywhere on this. Let's see. Down here. That's nicer than the label. It's definitely not 2006. This should be like 2014. Yeah, I don't think they put a date code on it. We just have QC pass. This is a random 3D printer board after all. I don't think they're too worried about quality assurance and stuff. Somebody's knocking at the door. I went with Old Faithful on the music choices today. Nothing too experimental. No, there's nothing. We just have a version. Z2E0. Oh, that's just the labeling these connectors. Yeah, we just get version 2.1. I'm already sweating. It's going to be a scorcher. Today, is it going to be? Oh, let me check here. Mary Sky. Mary Sky is not that good. It's free and it's not cluttered, so I guess I gotta count my blessings on that one. Oh, it's gonna be like 75 degrees Fahrenheit today. Okay, that's not terrible, but it's also, that doesn't mean good for the basement. That means upstairs, they're probably not gonna be turning on the AC, which means it's gonna get really hot down here. Yeah, all right, let's close that. Looks like somebody borrowed some parts. No, it's actually not me this time. That's not me. I'm not sitting out here taking motor controllers. This is the Creality board, so they didn't I'm innocent. This is the Creality board, so I think they did not put in the part. I don't want these motor controllers. These ones are not good. They're sort of loud ones that I don't like. I don't know what parts this thing could possibly have that I would want. Maybe the button, maybe the voltage regulator, although I think they're using adjustables, which I don't like. Some of the bigger parts, like diodes maybe, FETs. We probably could have looked up some of these FETs to see if they would operate. I think these are 24 volt maximum though. I don't think they're using 100 volt FETs. If they were, these would be very useful for the emote thrower. Yeah, I don't know if there's a whole lot that I could get out of this board. I keep it around though. I keep it in the spare boards. That's why it's here. You never know. Sometimes there'll be a part that one of these silly little boards is harboring, like this 3.3 volt regulator right here that I could use in synthesizers. That is, again, a thing that I need to get back to because Julian has not contacted me in the past 2 weeks. I haven't heard from Julian, which is not abnormal. I mean, I'm sure he's busy with life and all that. He's you know, not teaching at the moment, so he's probably busy doing other stuff to live up life. So I need to work on that mixer. I've got it sitting right next to the camera there. And what we need to do is we need to vet out having a line input and having a faded input and balancing the phases of all of the stuff coming in. We know that we can replicate the waves, that's fine, but the amplifiers invert, even though the one voltage controlled amplifier says that it doesn't invert. But then you have to put it through a circuit that inverts it to turn it back into, because you turn it from voltage level into current level, which is two different like spaces to operate on. So you turn it into current level and then you can fade it just because of physics. And then you turn it back into voltage level. But when you turn it back into voltage level, it inverts, is what I understand. Maybe it doesn't. We need to explore that. And so I've got almost the whole circuit sitting there ready to go. We just need to dedicate some time to it. We're not going to do that today. Today we're going to work on Burn the Subs. We're working on Burn the Subs. Finally, I need to dig it out of its grave. I need to exhume Burn the Subs, and we need to actually like work on it a little bit. And I want to power up that power supply, which hopefully doesn't blow up in my face. I keep fronting this this theory that it's going to explode. I don't know if it's not based in fiction. I'll tell you that. Yeah, Burn the Subs is back. It's back, baby. It never went anywhere, but it's also back. Really, it never went anywhere. It didn't. It's just been right over there. But I got my crimpers. I'm ready. I'm ready. What else have I been neglecting? I'm trying to go through my own personal to-do list, and it's too much. Trash and recycling out of the shop over here. The recycling got disgusting. We won't even mention that. There's just a lot of soda cans, soda and sparkling water empties. The simple act of carrying them upstairs has thwarted me for some days. Willow's been good. She's gotten plenty of walks, butt washes. I've been posting pictures of her on the Discord because my Blue Sky account is dead. It got hacked and started advertising stuff, and then it got blown up by the admin. And I asked, "Hey, could I get that back?" Nothing. I don't know what's going to happen to it. Life is difficult when your brand isn't big enough to actually put any pressure on anybody. So I don't know what to do about my account, because my account had like 300 subscribers on it. because of that move over from the bird site. We all moved over from the bird site. All the hardware people said, you know what, this is fucked. Let's get out of here. So they all moved over to Blue Sky. And yeah, I make another one, but then I don't have any followers. I don't have that big the big punch of followers that we got. Gonad moved over first and got at least 200 more than me in people that were signing up going, oh, this I can just click here and I can subscribe to a whole bunch of hardware stuff. Yeah, so while I could get my name put on the thing again for the new account, it's not really worth it because nobody's clicking on that anymore. Everybody's done. Everybody got established over there. I think I need to be sitting on the fan today because I am starting to sweat. I mean, if you're going to get blown up, you might as well be nice and comfortable when it happens. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen when I power up this Vicor power supply. I may have to recoil, recoil in terror. Got my CNC working for the first time in a year, gave it a new monitor. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're going to try to power up, burn the subs today. Not on the wall. I'm going to bring it over here. And with that running, well, we'll see if that runs at all. I'm going to start figuring stuff out for the hardware of this thing, including just straight up wiring it, which includes that screen, the power supplies that are behind the case there, all the stuff that we've sort of meticulously put in place using CAD. I now need to like get power to, so. Bum, bum, bum. We were working on where we let off. I think what we were working on is the indicator panel. Now, indicator panel or not, I can actually make it work with Node-RED. So I could actually make it have status returns and stuff. What version of BTS? We're calling this one, I think 3. I think we're calling this 3. It's basically a recontextualization of the entire thing based on my ability to design solids for 3D printing in CAD, which changes a lot of stuff. It changes a lot of the ways that I'm doing things. And I'm adding various features to it, including more comprehensive indicator lights, a screen display where I can actually see what's going on, Node-RED capability, meaning that we can remotely control it, and I can have like a kill button over here, so that if a name that I really don't like goes into it, I can hit a button and it'll, you know, snap the name out of existence. In terms of operation, I don't know if I want to continue to let it figure everything out. I think I probably do want to let it figure everything out. So we need to still establish a masking image with the keep out area that represents the new geometry of that board up there, because that live edge board has a particular geometry to it that we don't want to get outside of. And eventually we'll let it fill up with names. Although I'm a little, I don't know about that live edge board. I probably shouldn't have bought that one. To be honest, let's be honest. The board is too thick. It's like double the thickness that I want. It doesn't have enough of like a bark edge on it. It's more like a park bench. And yeah, just that thickness is not great. We'll still use it. I mean, I spent a lot of money on that wood. I was high off of all of the riches and fortune that came with the first burn the subs. It, you know, it had its money in its account, and so spending that amount of money on that thing is great, but it's not too late to turn it into a pair of toilet seats. I think a nice bench would be better, although the line between toilet seat and bench can be blurred at times. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do get a new board for it. Because like getting something that is more consistently the width of the burning area is going to make that last longer, and we've got big wasted space up there. Big wasted space. So I don't know. Maybe I hate doing that though. Write-offs, you know, like write-offs in this business. Sometimes you buy something for $500 and it's a write-off and you don't do anything with it because the project takes another direction. I had that happen to me with the Porsche project, with the 944 that I was putting an LS motor in. I wanted to have brake assist, but it would be hydraulic brake assist. And Porsche has a system where they have what's called the grenade, which is basically a hydraulic accumulator. It's like a balloon in a bottle. And so you pressurize it with hydraulic pressure, And then you can use that hydraulic pressure in something like brake assist, like assisted brakes. And you don't have to have a vacuum line assisting your brakes. Now, of course, nowadays I know about all kinds of like other alternatives, like a compact vacuum assist brake and stuff like that. But back then, this is like the 2010s, I was looking around at different systems and I found that one. So that's cool. So I was able to actually source the parts for it, and it cost me somewhere around $500. This is when I had a job. I had a job in engineering. I was rolling in money. I had tens of dollars to my name. And so I was going to put that into use in the 944 with an LS1 in it, because those LS motors, they're not to be sneezed at. And so I wanted to make sure that I could stop the car. But yeah, so that was one of the ones that really bugged me, because I had to write off. I never went anywhere with that Porsche project. I never finished it. And I really should have hunkered down and set times and schedules and made sure that I worked on it. Might as well burn it as it is. You can always replace it later. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Sourcing, the cost of wood has gone all over the place since I bought this. But if we have the system in place, then we can use it for the next board anyway. So I just don't know what I'll do with this board if we fill it up. I need to find somebody with one of those horizontal band saws that's large enough to split this thing in half. LS1 and a 944 might as well be the 928. No. I had a 944 as well, very fun car. The thing about it is that the LS1 is only slightly more heavy than the original Audi motor. And the original Audi motor gave you a 50-50 weight ratio. So you're something like 60-40 in weight ratio when you put in that aluminum LS1. And then the LS1 also brings a shit ton of power with it. That is just naturally aspirated power. So it's power right out of the gate, which means that the fuse in that whole operation is either the, what is it called? Not the drive shaft, it's the torque tube, or the axles. So people were twisting axles off left and right. There was a thread on the 944 forums that was like, "This is so much fun, I'm addicted to drag racing. Help, my axles are exploded." It was the same user in the course of like an hour. I would love to do that project now, but the price of the 944 has ballooned, and it is now an extremely expensive project. Even though back then, everybody hated the 944, because the 944 had an Audi-designed motor that used a timing belt. It used a timing belt on an interference motor. Most motors are interference. It means the pistons are actually sharing space with the valves. So the valves are closed and out of the way, and here comes your piston, and then you get your explosion, your valves open or close or whatever, right? They're sharing space. If that's on a belt, basically it's a time bomb, because if the belt snaps, then they share space, and they should not share space. Everyone gets fucked. So what would happen is people would just grenade the motor. The motor would just poof, gone, right? Turns out, just like belly buttons, everybody's got them. A 944, or sorry, an LS1 can fit in every car. It's just Chevy made so much of a car motor that it fits in everything. You can buy parts to fix your LS1 over the counter at car shops in the United States. So it is a very viable engine to try to swap into. And since everything uses a torque tube, you adapt the torque tube, and basically it's a certain kind of clutch disc in a certain kind of clutch, and then a bolt pattern on a bell. And that's it. That's your whole conversion. You just tubes from the motor mounts to the motor and just hold it in place. That's all you got to do. And that motor is dead simple. Back then, when I was doing the project, it would have been a little expensive to buy a computer, like a bespoke computer for the motor, but I should have done that because I got bogged down in the wiring. I was looking at different diagrams for different Chevy motors and trying to adapt it to mine, and there were just diagrams on diagrams and conversions on conversions, and I got in over my head in the complexity. It was too much. What I should have done, just buy a computer for it, wire it up, done. There's turnkey computer solutions for that motor, and I could have been driving the thing around in like a month. There's plenty of space in the engine compartment of a 944, yeah. Part of the reason I like the car, because it's very easy to get to everything. That's sort of, yeah, like those in Datsuns, where the Datsun is like this little motor and then everything is like 5 miles away from it. Those LS1 conversions called for banging a bit? No, not the firewall. because of the way the 944 was set up, the steering thingy, the steering thingy got in the way. So you had to cut the oil pan and weld in just a little lump in the oil pan. And then in order to get things, well, you could do that, or you could drop the whole cross beam. And if you drop the whole cross beam, your steering components, well, I think you had to do both. You had to cut into the oil pan, drop the cross beam, and then that put your control arms at a slightly different angle. And what that would do is when your car would go over a bump, it would steer a little bit. And so you got a little bit of bump steer as a result of that. And I actually had somebody engineer these huge spacers that would have gone on the control arms in order to space everything out so that you could lower everything all at once and it would all function still. It's a whole thing. It was a whole thing. I had a lot of work put into the physical of that, and I would have been able to get the rest of it done if I had just bit the bullet and bought the computer instead of that whole mess. Yeah, that's the one thing you got to get a welder for. My brother helped me with that. But you can buy an aftermarket oil pan and modify it. You know, it's not a like a permanent conversion type of thing. Boy, my dog is putting her all into protecting this house. You would think that we were under siege, or like the zombie apocalypse was happening, or something akin to a natural disaster. She is putting her all into making sure that nobody approaches this freaking house. She's been barking the entire time that I've been talking right now. Jeez Louise. I don't know what she thinks is going on up there. I guess we should get started, huh? It's been a little while. I'm sort of judging the amount of pre-stream that I do based on how many people are watching, but you know, I'm back after a little bit of a break, so the numbers are down a little bit. My dogs protect the house from the wind, but never protects from people. Yeah, when she sees like the mail carriers come up to the door, she's always like, "Oh boy, friends!" But if it's like a rabbit, the rabbit that happens to be living in a couple trees back here, she goes psychotic. That's apparently an unforgivable act, is approaching the house with the audacity of being a bunny rabbit. All right, get the music out of here. I'm sweating in my britches here. It's a hot one today. We're gonna have a good time working on something that doesn't require us to do a whole lot of moving around. Which again, I mean, the projects that we have going on, it's mostly like CAD stuff. So, but hold on one sec. All right. Hopefully she's not too barky. It seems like whenever I get into like talking to you guys, she just starts whoa, 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 whoa. Like, that's all I hear in the back of my head. I can't concentrate. Yeah, so we're working on Burn the Subs today. So I'm gonna go get that off of the wall. We're gonna try to work on the internal wiring harness for the control panel. The control panel is kind of a weird thing. It's taken on a couple different forms. We've gotten through most of it, much like the car project that I was just talking about. We've gotten through a lot of the physical stuff. We figured out where components and connectors and plugs are all going to live, but I have not interconnected anything. And again, this is where my car project failed, is that I got way too into the wiring of the car computer and not enough of the actual getting the motor to work. So I am taking a page out of that lesson, and I am actually going to work on wiring this thing up. Once we get it somewhat wired, we can go through the systems bit by bit as I wire things. So we can make sure that this whole system comes up and functions in the way that we want it to. And today, that's gonna take the form of a little bit of power supply testing. The ultimate goal here is wiring harness, but the process involves one system at a time until we can see this thing function. So let's get this thing off the wall, and then I'll tell you a little bit about some of its features. And yeah, we can get into some of this wiring harness stuff. So I need to make sure that my desk is ready for this, because of the nature of Burn the Subs, the controller is tall. It is a tall thing instead of like a wide thing. So it's actually gonna sit against here. This is just gonna have to be in the way because it doesn't push forward anymore. And possibly if I hit this wrong, that camera freezes, and then it's a huge pain in the butt to get my whole system working again. So let's get Burn the Subs off of the wall. Gotta make my way over here, just make my way around this. So the way that I designed this is to have just the easiest hanger possible so that I can actually get it off the wall and work on it. That's all I need to do. I don't really have handles here. Just yoink, and then it comes with me. Oh my God, where did my control panel go? It's gone. All right, so the water cooling system in this thing has dried up. There's still a little bit of residual moisture, so I don't want to get that everywhere. Just gonna put this down, then I'll switch cameras over. So our previous conundrum with burn the subs, this whole control panel here, was that this piece right here is sealed. Now I've had at least residual water in here for some time. We basically took ultraviolet epoxy and dipped this thing in it so that the UV epoxy is protecting the inside. I'm not sure how that's gonna do with this thing expanding and contracting. So what I might do is 3D print out of UV stuff this piece. I just haven't gotten around to doing that yet. But that means that it could be crystal clear and we can see the water inside of it. So I think I want to do that. That's going to be probably the next thing that I work on. Maybe on my own, I don't know. We spent a lot of time trying to seal the 3D print in this and we had no luck. Turns out I probably could have turned up the extrusion rate and had it over extrude, and that might have had the layers seal a little bit more. That or turn the volume way, way up. What's up, Bothan? I need to clean out this tube too. This stuff is getting gross. I think it's just a session with the sink. If I unplug this, this should seal on both ends and not get water everywhere. It is a little drop, but both sides of this plug seal. It's like a medical grade thing. So that can get out of the way. Not really working with the laser today. This is what we're going to take a look at. And it's the power supply and control panel. So for those that don't remember, Burn the Subs is essentially a 3D printer, right? That's what all these things boil down to. They're motor controllers that move a thing in a system. They move stepper motors a certain number of steps. That's all your 3D printer is. So all Burn the Subs is, when you boil it down, is this thing right here, which is a 3D printer motor controller board. Now this thing is smart enough to do a lot of the different functions, but what I would like to do is load Clipper onto it. Clipper works with a Raspberry Pi in order to make your 3D printer smarter. It has just a better computer running it, and it's able to do stuff like momentum predictions and stuff like that. We can get it to do a lot of very advanced things, not to mention the fact that with Clipper, our hardware then gets pretty dead simple. Programming the controller doesn't involve a bunch of settings and a bunch of eclectic spaces. Instead, we have one big file that has all of our physical settings on it. This thing should be able to control also, well, you know, you can turn these into CNC controllers. This will also, I believe, have some digital outputs. So we can send the TTL signal over to our laser board that will brighten and dim our laser itself. And what that means is that when it's going around a corner, it can bump up the brightness a little bit as we round that bend because its actual physical speed over the board is going to change. Or I think it's on the straightaways it speeds up, and then when it slows down in a corner, it'll dim it. It's either one of those. Those are the two sides of the same coin. Basically, depending on the speed of the head, it'll change the brightness of the laser, and that will allow it to have more consistent lasering. So we decided to water cool the laser because we can, and because I'm a bit of a water cooling guru. I enjoy water cooling basically everything I can get my dirty mitts on. So we have a pump, one of the smaller pumps, I forget what you call that size, with the plexiglass front. We have an old reservoir of mine, so that's a big plexiglass thing with the little pinwheel that'll tell us that this thing is functioning, and the tiniest little, cutest little radiator that I could find, which is a single 60mm fan. Will this be enough to cool all of the motor controllers, of which we're probably using two, the switching stuff, and the power supply? I don't know, but we're going to give it a chance. So we actually made these adapters on the back, and these were made by buying tube T splitters. So these had a big line coming into them. Then they had the T with a small line and the big line going out of them. And we cut the big lines on most of them, and I put them in an angle iron and soldered them together with a blowtorch. And these have not leaked at all. There's no moisture on the back of this thing. This thing has been sitting on the wall for ages and ages, and it's perfect. It's perfect in every way. It's actually really awesome. So this thing has water in its DNA, right? Water's all over this thing. Probably would have been more elegant if I didn't use these adapters here. If I put another split on it, and then I just put like a stopper on the end. Whatever. So we water cooled everything on this, and it might not be evident, but even the power supply has a couple of copper tubes on it to cool off the main heatsink, which is a little ridiculous, but I think it'll be fun and funny. I'm gonna dust a little bit here as we go. This power supply is special. I got it on eBay somewhere around 2011. I've had it for a while. This power supply is very old. It's an old power supply, but it is pretty advanced. This uses what are called Vicor converters. The Vicor converters basically take whatever voltage in, produce whatever voltage out, and they're solid state. So this is a bunch of the flat pack power supplies put into a power unit, like a single voltage power unit. This thing outputs 12 volts at umpteen number of amps. What is it? 12 volts, 72. Oh no, you know what? This isn't 12 volts. 120 volts, 36 amp, 47 to 63 hertz, 24 volts, and 12.5 volts. So at 24 volts, I have like 36 amps. Jesus. It is a little bit overkill for this system, but it should work well. My only worry about this thing is that in my using the Vicor power supplies in the past, when you have low loads on the flat packs, they scream at 60 hertz and you could hear it. And of course, I emailed the engineers, the application engineers about this, and they said, no, you can't. I'm like, what do you mean? Just because your old ass can't hear high frequency screaming from the power supply doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This is just a cover that I made. I was thinking of putting like an LED display behind this, in which case, if I do the LED display, and that's, you know, again, it's a little feature creepy, but an LED display sitting here that would be on 24/7 could use that extra current that would prevent this thing from screaming all the time. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. I have not powered this thing on ever, not even once. So let's get some of the accoutrements out of the way, and we can take a look at some of the other parts of this. This is just a little clip system that I had to invent because I was worried that this thing would drop this piece of glass that I put over the front. This is my brother's project from the 90s, early 90s. This is my brother's attempt at building a clock in high school shop class. And we're using this as our front cover, nice classy wooden box, to put over the front of Burn the Subs. And there's more barking outside. Willow's going to start barking again. Put that somewhere where it's not going to fall off the desk. Yeah, if the problem doesn't exist, I don't have to deal with it in my day-to-day. Yeah, I see that. I see that happening there. They just said, well, I don't hear it. It's like, well, the noise is there. I can assure you of this. So apart from cleaning out the water system, we've got a lot of work to do on this. Not a whole lot is wired. Everything is sort of in place. This is another point of contention. I need to actually attach this somehow to these power supplies over here. I don't know if I need to 3D print something to hold them in place, but I need to somehow hold these heat sinks, the little squares that I have, on top of these two power supplies without shorting them out. I think I need to make just like a little metal bracket for those. Something that holds onto the two posts and pushes it downwards. We'll think about that in the near future, but we're not working on that right now. Right now, what I want to do is actually power up the power supply. As you can see, all these are in parallel, all these different cooling things. I've got the Raspberry Pi cooler, I have power supply cooler, and then on the back of this board, we soldered down an entire tube to cool all of the motor drivers. And then we've got a little micro fan on this just to get air moving out, because this thing will create quite a bit of, these VFD displays create quite a bit of heat. They're definitely cool. They look cool, but they produce a lot of heat. Burning hot heat. What was that popping noise? I think it was just this stuff. So we have a DB connector over here. This DB connector will be taking all the signals out. I think I need to find new standoffs for that one though. These are Not ideal. I think I need to find new ones. They're kind of the super shallow standoffs, not that good. And this is where the indicator board is. So we'll have a wiring harness specifically for that. Yeah. I don't get it. It's a point of contention if I don't work on it, and it's a point of contention if I do. I do not get to win in this scenario, and chat just gets to be little kneeling little imps. So we're working back here. Let's try to figure out what we're going to do in terms of power. Power is going to be done all with crimp level connectors. So we're going to come in here with crimps and ferrules. How are we doing? First off, the fuse. Okay, so first things first, power comes in here, down here. We need to incorporate the switch. That needs to turn everything off. I don't really have an emergency stop on this thing, so having just a big switch, boom, everybody's cut off. That's pump wiring. Get that out of the way. Okay. All right, it's coming back to me. I'm starting to remember all the different systems that we have in place here. So first things first, I need a wire that goes from here, I would say up and over, unless it sneaks in under there, up to the switch, and then back to the breaker. Switch, then breaker. Okay, breaker's there. How does this thing connect ultimately? Is it like a wire inserting thing, or do I need... What in the hell's going on over there? I do not know. Also, what is going on right here? Oh, it's just like a broken piece. All right, let's see. How do we get that out? I guess I need to remove the power supply. That comes up from, I think it's these and these. Yeah, those are the 4 connectors. Okay, so let me get some hex keys over here that I can easily operate to get this thing pulled apart. Probably going to be one of these and one of these. Maybe one of these. Nope. Yep. Don't often get to pull out the T-handles. They're good because you can use the weight of the T-handle to spin it around and undo bolts. Somebody's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Open the door. Let him in. We better put this down in order to work on it. I'd better put this thing down. Otherwise, things are going to start falling. I don't want anybody to break. And we're going to... I guess I'm going to still use the 3B+. I was thinking of going to the Raspberry Pi 5, but there's no point. Burn the Subs does not need that much computing power. I mean, it is Python, but... It is Python, but I don't really know that Python needs that much of our help. That much of our helpers. There will be egg on my face if this power supply does not function. I guess we can unhook the tubes. Ah, but there's water in it. Never mind. Go back in. Go back in. That's water on a heatsink. All right, 4 screws removed. We now have access to all this stuff. I think what I need to do is release this back here, and then I can pull out the circuit breaker, and we can figure out how to wire that in the first place. It is on a DIN rail, but the DIN rail needs to slide out of the way in order for us to even utilize that. It's just a little DIN rail adapter that we cooked up. Okay, so it is screw terminals, and it looks like we will get away with ferrules with this thing. What are these screw terminals? They're crazy. Big boy screwdriver. Big, Sparky sized. It's like massively over-engineered. I don't know what's going on with this whole like link system in the front. There's something weird is going on here in the front. I don't know what it is here. Like what is that? They both got them. Oh, I guess it's the door. What? What the hell? There's like a tab there, and then this closes. Can I use like a flat tab? All right, let me get one of my bits kits. Can we downsize to a PyPico and MicroPython? I don't know. Possibly. Burn the Subs had a little bit of trouble fitting names as stuff kind of filled up, but I think that was more just due to the way it selected random locations. Hold on, I got a kit for this. I got a terminal kit and a ferrule kit that I'm getting from the back here. All the way in the back. Let's see. That's a ring terminal kit. Take it anyway. This one is, no. That's what I'm looking for. And just in case, we'll get one of these as well. All right, terminals. I ain't joking around with these wiring harnesses. I want to make sure to be a professional about this, because this thing has to sit on my wall and not light it on fire. So I would like to have nice certified electrics on it. That's where these come in. These are terminal kits that you can get on whatever. But depending on what you need to do, I need to actually buy some ferrules. I need to buy the white ringed ones, because I've re-upped some of the supplies in this, but I'm missing. You can see by the missing sizes that there's some key sizes that I just have not, that I've used up and haven't really re-upped, I guess is what the kids say. Yeah, all kinds of crap. Anyway, these things, like using these for power supplies is a pretty good idea. You can make it look a lot like a professional wiring job. When ferrules go feral. Yeah. Ferrules. Ferules. The Yuletide ferrules getting sung by the choir. See, this one, that little mouth is opening. I don't know if that should be happening. Or is that just grounding? What is that? Maybe we open up the data sheet for this thing. Yeah, see, like this one, it's not, there it goes. Okay, that one it's retracting. But then, what's going on here? That one is definitely a power terminal. I thought there was something else going on here where I could do like, release that a little bit. Yeah, like I can put one of these things in. One of these flat jobbies, and then flatten it, and it holds on. Yeah. Yeah, so I can put a flat thing in there. I don't know if it matters which one you choose, but there's two locations that you could put it, huh? That's an odd one. Let's look this thing up. This is Alan Bradley. I don't know. Hold on. Got to operate my whole stream system while I do this. Yoink. See, there's two things. So I don't know which one to use there. And then this one's just permanently open. This doesn't crush down. So what's that doing? Yeah, Allen Bradley is one of the companies that I look for when I buy, which is also Rockwell Automation. The turbo encabulator. No, when I buy like industrial stuff like this for my brew controller or for, you know, burn the subs and stuff, I'm looking for Allen Bradley over everybody else. The back one is for bus bars and the big one's for cables. Let's look it up. It'll tell us, right? What series is this? Series D. $14.92. Good year for America. $14.90. Allen Bradley $14.92 SP. I need a browser. Allen Bradley. Was that SP? Yeah. 1492 literature library from Rockwell Automation. I don't know. Miniature circuit breakers. Hey, look at that. We found it immediately. That doesn't quite look like what we have, although it says dual terminals provide wiring and bus bar flexibility. So you were correct. It was a bus bar thing. Not sure if we'll get a diagram of that. We can take a look. These things are probably expensive if you buy them new. Luckily, there's a whole mass of these sorts of industrial parts that you can find all over the place, like eBay. Huh. Do not cut bus bars. Butts bars. Yeah, okay, so I guess that's for some kind of a bus bar. Bus bars are a thing in automation. I think I've got a couple of them in the cabinet over there. We are not, however, going to be using them. So I guess what we'll do is we'll just put ferrules over the wires. We'll just do ferrules and we'll put ferrules in the ferrule slot. Although I do like the flat connection of the spade connector. It's probably a better idea for us not to use. Okay, the one thing that I can't get behind on this mouse is that when I flick it and it just scrolls, right? How come, did I not put a shadow filter? I didn't, okay. I do like the idea of having a bar on the bus, yes. That shadow doesn't look very good. Hold on. Oh, wait, cancel out. Some filters. Everybody's original joke today is about burn the subs. Distance. There we go. All right, we're going to be using that one a lot today. Yeah, okay, so it is for a bus bar. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so this mouse, let's turn back on frame this guy. Put that in a good spot. No, where are you? Oh, I locked it. That's why. Why am I not able to? This mouse, the one thing that I don't like about it, and some people like this, but if I flick that, it does that. Like as if it was freewheeling, but it's not freewheeling. That's not it freewheeling. That's something that's programmed into the mouse. I don't like that. If I flick it like this, I want it to go a couple lines and stop. Yeah. This is 3D connections, so Let's see what the control panel has. I guess they probably tried to make it as Logitech as possible, but I'm a weirdo. I like my mouse to be a particular way. Where's the software? There it is. It only can specify the number of lines per scroll. That's mouse motion. I think I'm used to acceleration. Oh, smart scrolling. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much... Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's more like it. Apparently that constitutes smart. Just got the MX Master 3. It's super nice scrolling. So because I'm part of the Fusion 360 Creators Program, everybody should go out and get the free version of Fusion 360. Because I published all those YouTube videos and the guys at that Creators Program found me, 3DX Connection went to the AutoCAD people and they said, hey, we have a bunch of our Bluetooth space mouse and our Bluetooth CAD mouse. This is like $100 mouse. And they were like, we got a bunch of these. We want people to see them in the hands of creators. So we'd be willing to give them to some of your people, as you know, if you want to sign them up for our creator program, if they feel like it. And so I got that email and I was like, yoink. So we got now a wireless mouse on this computer. Now I'm the least, you guys know me, I am not a proponent of wireless hardware. I hate it. I think everything on the desk should have wires. And if anything is perceived to be smart, it should be immediately killed. I'm one of those kinds of engineers. But free stuff is free stuff. And so I'm getting used to using this new mouse. It seems like they want it to be very much like a Logitech. It does have a power switch on it, which wasn't a feature of wireless mice back in my day. The delay on it, there's not too much delay. It can have some troubles sometimes. Waking up the computer is a little weird. I'm still getting used to that. Battery life, it will use up the battery if you leave it alone for a week. But otherwise, it's a decent mouse. It's that sort of Microsoft mouse shape that I like. It has a center button, and I have not found any good use for the center button. Generally, what the center button does is it opens up a context menu in whatever program you're in. Right now, I think it just scrolls. Yeah, for this, it scrolls. But if it's on like Fusion 360, it can open up a specific like CAD mouse thing. It's heavy. It's a heavy mouse, which I like because I like my mice to be heavy. I would use a lead-weighted mouse if I could. Other than that, it's been just a mouse. It's just a mouse, and it seems to be doing a good job. The acceleration and stuff, a little bit different than what I'm used to. I use SteelSeries. SteelSeries has like a macro button on it where you can do some pretty comprehensive stuff. Like I've done some pretty intense macros to get myself through some of the more tedious parts of games with my SteelSeries mice. This one doesn't have that from what I know. So mine apparently lasts 70 days on a charge. Yeah, this one does not do 70 days on a charge. Not on Bluetooth Low Energy. My G903 mouse has a button to turn off the freewheeling spin. Oh yeah, I bought my mother a mouse that does that too, where you click the center and it freewheels. I think it's okay. It's an okay mouse. I would be wary about like purchasing one specifically to do CAD. I don't know what it really brings to the table. The SteelSeries mouse that I have has a more comprehensive macro editing function. And hey, 3DX Connection could probably learn something from that macro editor, because that would pretty much bring it up to the level of the gaming mouse that I use anyway. So, okay, we know a thing or two about a thing or two, and so now we know that the breaker should just use a ferrule. So for the ferrules, I have this medieval-looking torture device, the center smusher, that basically just squares off the ferrule. Is the other bit any good? It's okay. I mean, it's nice to be able to fly around in CAD, and if you're doing something in like Kerbal Space Program, you can really get into the rocket and put struts in weird places. It's okay. I generally don't find myself reaching for it, but we're gonna make an honest attempt to use it a little bit during CAD. The wired version, when I bought it, was like $100, and it gave me a good impression of it. Yeah, Space and 3D Sims, these are good for like docking. Symmetrical docking is done with different hardware. Don't look that up. But then if you want to like dock in a space game, I would assume this thing is pretty good. I have to reconfigure it a little bit in order to make sure that all the axes are in the right places. By the way, I'm not being paid to say any of this stuff. These are my actual opinions on this. This thing is actually weighted. This thing is like a hockey puck, more than a hockey puck. This is heavy. You could really bean somebody with this thing. But yeah, anyway, for games where you're building stuff, if they give you the 3D connection mouse, it's pretty cool. Kerbal Space Program uses it specifically. Yeah, you could totally. I don't know if I would swing it by this handle though, which makes it a little unwieldy, because this is a little bit more fragile than the base. If this were just like a handle, yeah, I would be afraid that I'd hurt it. But if you toss it through your monitor, it'll win. All right, so we're using regular old ferrules. How much current is this thing going to take? I don't know. I don't know. We've got a VFD. We've got a Raspberry Pi. We have an entire motor controller. This thing is going to be no slouch. Now, this is the SKR, the BTT SKR Mini V2. I think this thing is going to be pretty current hungry. $20. I spent like $100 on this thing many years ago. Oh my God. Okay, anyway. Holy crap. Onboard sensorless homing function. $20? Are you freaking kidding me? Me? You do this to me? Jeez. What a bunch of piss. Let's see. Bluetooth filament detection support. We don't need that. we don't need that. We don't need that. Is that a different board? That's sort of the same. Oh my God, there's so many things going on at once on this webpage. 12 and 24 volts. Wow. 12 and 24. Then are we just going to be, we're just going to be running it at 12 volts then. Because this thing is what? Oh my God, there's so much dust. I have dust motes just coming up out of everything. This is embarrassing. Should I remove the water cooling so I can just work with this piece? Because this thing might explode. Yes, I keep saying it might explode. I would like to get this thing powered up. So I kind of want to put all of the different stages of the harness in, pack it in, and then power it up and see what happens. So let's get back down to brass tacks. Let's concentrate on one thing at a time. So right now, what I want to do is I want to take power in and I want to adapt it, except for the hotline. I want ground and I want neutral. Ground and neutral. Ground needs to go into the case somehow, but there is no sort of united metal case for the whole thing. I could just put it up against this with a one of those little vampire crimps on it, the vampire washers. If I can find one, I could probably find one. Those aren't too far to find. So let's find wire. I probably need a large gauge because this thing is going to be drawing quite a bit from the power. It doesn't need to be anything crazy, but I think 18 gauge is probably in order for this size. I'm not going to use like wire wrap wire on it. Let's just see what kind of wiring thingies I have. And we're going to use silicon jacketed wire because this is Burn the Subs. It gets all the premium stuff. All the premium stuff. It may sound funny because I'm not talking super loud today. All right, let's see here. What do we got? We got all these little hookup wire kits that I buy. Nope, not the right size. Oh my God, that was a nuclear hiccup. I can't find any of the big wire. Where's all my big wire? I've got red and black for the DC stuff. One of my wiring kits is at large, I think. So down here, what is this one? Oh, that's tape. What's that doing there? I gotta organize these drawers. These are getting a little out of control. Out of control. Sorry, you guys can't see what's going on. I can assure you there's a lot of moves being made. Things are afoot. I don't know if this one is silicon jacketed. Let's just bring it over, though. make a big pile of stuff over here. Big old pile of junk. What size is this big kit that I have? Let's see if this is adequate to do some wiring with. What? Oh. These are not silicon jacketed. I mean, we can deal with that. Or I could look to see if I've got anything that's got jackets around it. I do want the color coding on it. Not coating, coding. Simultaneous dings, coding. I don't really see... Yeah, I mean, I've got the color-coded wires that I used on the brewing setup. Maybe I could use those. Wait, what is this one? No, that's silicon jacketed. That one is crazy. Crazy. I'm going to do all this work, and then I'm going to find a big kit of wires that I like haven't seen in months. You know that's going to happen. That's how it all works out. That's how it all works out in the end. All right, so I am limited by the wires that I have. We'll just use regular old type of wiring. Let me get all these wire colors in here because these did well for the brew setup, so they should be able to handle whatever burn the subs is capable of throwing at them. These are all 18 gauge. They're speaker wire, but they're not. They should be able to handle a little bit of current. And they've got all the coloration that I would need in order to code the wires for AC and DC wiring. And they're covered in dust. Do you have a giant cardboard box full of random wires that you stripped out of things? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, only one box. No, the other ones are cardboard beer bottle case holders. They're like the trays that you get a bunch of cans in. I use those to organize projects on that shelf over there. That's something that we need to do as well. That's another non-computer project, is that we need to get to those so that I can organize them and get rid of old projects that aren't going anywhere. There we go. Words are tough. All right. Wire coloring. What do we do? What the hell? Yes, AI, please answer my electrical wiring question for AC. Jeez. So NEC, or do we do NEC or do we do Euro? I mean, we're not dealing with 3 phases here, so we don't really need to worry about that. But line in black and neutral in white and then ground in green, I think should probably be the standard that we use, at least on these wires. These might be a little thin for what we're doing here. I guess try them and see what heats up, because otherwise I would need to get into just black and red wiring. That would be stuff like these. Like this. This is 16. These are 18. But I only have black and red wires. I don't have a 16 gauge white silicon jacketed wire. So it would be pointless. So we just do black and red and green. I thought I had green. Where's green? Really? Are we going to do yellow? I have orange. Hold on, let me go find green. I think I have green. Not going to repeat that. I want you to think about what you've done. I don't have green. I don't have green. Well, alternatively, sorry about the microphone there. Alternatively, I could try to find the wires in this box of wires. It's always an option. Why am I caught on this? Get the my mic cable. There we go. I'm uncaught. All right, let's see. Usually what ends up in this bin is stuff that's from AC powered devices, so it's a place to look for the right color coding of wiring. Audio stuff. There's an NVIDIA cooler from a GeForce 4. How about that? My GeForce 4 cooler. Yikes. That's old. Solid in wall wiring I don't want. Like an AC cable would be perfect. Wait a minute. Oh no, this is not something that I can take apart. This is if we ever need to hook something up to AC and have it be sort of off the cuff. This is what we use. So this actually goes over here on the floor. Here we go. This is all we need. Yeah, that's all we need. That's all we get. Really is the actual response is this is all we get. Oh, this one's also cut up. Oh, but this one doesn't have, no, this one doesn't have internal. This one will have all three. Oh, but they're tiny. No, this is too low current. Too low current. I need thick. Yeah, here we go. These are nice and thick. These are not that thick. Let's be honest. If I'm using this, I might as well be using this wire kit because these are no thicker. This looks dangerously. I don't know how it looks. I would assume it has eyes. Why is there a PlayStation Eye in here? It's a PlayStation Eye. What is that doing in here? Just get that out of there. That goes here on the floor. Come on, AC wires. You gotta have something thick under your sleeve. There we go. We can steal it from this. This is a 14 gauge for a higher current, like power tool. What did I miss? What's going on? What did I miss? Nothing. You guys are just flatulent. Yeah, we gotta have thick wire coming into the whole thing, because I don't know what kind of current we're gonna be drawing. We do have a lot of kind of current heavy things going on. We've got like a pump, and we've got just all kinds of other systems going on in this thing. So I've given it some pretty beefy power converters underneath this. You guys are all selecting the farts. Ooh, a head tracker cam? I already have one of those. I have like a bespoke head tracker, but it uses reflective panels. All right, big wire cutting. I don't think this thing is up to this. I don't think it'll do it. It probably will. No, it doesn't quite. This thing will get it started. And I really won't need anything beyond this length. I mean, we do have to go up and over to the switch. And the switch is probably lower current than the wire. The switch might actually heat up. I don't really have a contactor to put into this thing. There, geez. Big chunk of wire. Fartnado EF5. It's an old project that we've been meaning to work on. I can't get over I'm gonna have to cut this. It's an old project. Basically, when somebody subscribes on Twitch, their name goes into a computer. Good, let's just cut my finger open immediately. Their name goes into a computer, and the computer figures out where their name fits using a big old database. And that database will create a G-code representation of that name and stream it to a 3D printer board. and that moves my XY table and lasers their name up onto a big block of wood. And I've had that project for many, many years, and then got popular off the back of it. And then it sat for years and years. And so we are here on the precipice of having done all of this hardware work. And now we need to do a little bit of wiring to make sure that the components that I bought will actually work, because going back on this is going to be very annoying. We're not doing that. I already declared that I wasn't doing that. If we did just do the steady little improvements and we were able to get the controller working and everything very quickly, but it became more of a systemic upgrade. So we're not storing and regurgitating names. Yeah, it's not going to pull. I need to remove the jacket from this thing, and it's Jesus, it's annoying. Okay, maybe we can do this. Yeah, I have a 2-watt diode laser. Blood? No blood. All right, that's the second time I've punched my hand with a tool. I gotta be more careful. No, you don't. Listen, we're barely touching the surface of a piece of wood. Barely touching the surface of a piece of wood. We don't need a fiber laser. Kidding me? All these YouTubers are out of fucking control with the friggin' crazy ass lasers that they use. I made a whole city block power down because of my laser. Look at me, I am a YouTuber. I don't, you can't even find a less than a watt laser these days because of fucking like DLP shit and all the communication stuff that they're doing with these high powered blue lasers. The only reason it's blue is because blue is cool. But blue also has an ultraviolet component to it, which makes it kind of insidious in terms of like safety and lasers. And you look at these freaking YouTube channels and they're like, I fiber coupled 10,000 UV blue lasers, and why do my retinas hurt? Like, utterly irresponsible. So anyway, Cheesy Popcorn, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that very much. That's 7 months with Cheesy Popcorn. So yeah, they're doing all these incredibly dangerous things with lasers. They go, I got laser goggles, I'm fine. Jacose for 60 months. Jacose, thank you so much. Thank you. Jacose and Cheesy Popcorn, appreciate both of you. But yeah, these YouTubers are wholly irresponsible with the power of their lasers. We have a 1.4, actually I think it's a 2-watt now. I think that was all I was able to find is a 2-watt blue laser that we dial back a little bit. We actually dial it back a little bit, and that is enough that it would damage my eyesight if I were facing it in operation. Yeah, it's a bad situation. I could potentially get a suntan from some of these lasers by just being around them. So in this shop, we power down our super powerful lasers. Why did everything skip like that? That was weird. Just the video output went a little weird for a second there. Yeah, I think this is to the limit of what I cut. Yeah, it is. I need to put a score line down the rest of this without getting into my own fingers. You know I'm going to slip and it's going to go directly into a digit. That's why I'm being slow. Slow and careful. You are the softest thing in the shop. I will sarcastically say on this show that you're the only thing in the shop that heals. So place yourself between the workpiece and whatever the hell is happening to damage it, because it won't heal. Only you will heal. But you guys got to know I'm being like 1,000% sarcastic when I say stuff like that. You are indeed the softest thing in the shop, and you will give way before any of your equipment even considers it. So go slow. And again, this is another thing that I'm like shaking my fist at feebly, is the machinists on YouTube who dial their CNCs up to 1,000,000. And so the thing is fucking screaming as it throws this cutting head onto a piece of aluminum, and the cutting head goes in one direction and the aluminum goes in the other one. You don't need to do that with your machines. Don't like foster expectations based on what you see YouTubers doing, because if you're not in a production environment, you don't need to do the whole time is money gig, right? Slow it down, take shallow cuts. If that doesn't misalign your goals, and your equipment will last a whole lot longer. Yeah, cut towards yourself in kind of a jerking, twisting motion. Ah, geez. This is heavy gauge wire, and it's got a very large jacket on it because it's meant for like power tools. So I'm having a lot of trouble degloving it. Yeah, anything with enough momentum will ruin your day. Ah, geez. Goes in the garbage. Now we have our coated wiring. Oh my God. I don't need this much. There's going to be a little bit of waste here, but we do need enough of the actual load wire to go over to the switch and back. So actually, I might not even have enough as it is. So let's get... I'm going to get a glass of water because there's a lot of dust and all this stuff. You're influencing me. No, anything but that. Please, no. I'll be right back. Oh, does BRB not work? Frameless overlays. One sec. I could be anywhere. Man, I'm so glad that they did some work outside of Clone Wars to make Saul Guerrera's character good. Of course, it turns out, instead of needing that tube to breathe, he's just getting high off of jet fuel. I gotta get water. I've got a frog in my throat. Whew. Okay, I'm back. What was fork? Doesn't work. There's a lot of non-working overlays here. I'm looking for BRB. There it is. Okay. I'll just put this up for a minute, and I'll be right back. I need water. Be right back. Couple days are going to be a disaster just because of the heat. Oh, and then you come in and ask immediately if we're hot. Yes, I am quite warm. Am I activated? Yeah, I am. Okay. Let's get BRB out of here, which I need to do manually nowadays. I need to fix my my Stream Deck. Endless overlay, get rid of the BG. I got a glass of water. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. That's my blood glucose. So you guys don't want to look at my blood glucose level. It's not good right now. That's why I was thinking, like, I can do all these cool things with the Seed Studio no contact respiration monitor and heartbeat monitor and stuff. But Like, you guys don't want to find out how unhealthy I am. It would be cool. I could have all of my stats, like at the bottom of the screen, all of my life stats. No wonder you're thirsty? Yeah, that's part of it. The cotton mouth, dry mouth caused by high blood glucose level. But it's only 267. It's actually recovering quite nicely for the amount of food that I had. Where is that? Bring that back up. Bring that back up. Studio, bring that back up. Oh, there's nobody in the studio? There's nobody in the back room operating my stream? Oh, there's no back room. Oh. What food did I have? I had a burger. I'm an American. I had a burger. Yeah, it's not good. This isn't a good glucose level. I tried to BG. I tried to give insulin and then wait and then do the rest, but it just didn't pan out right. I gotta work on that. It's my own personal growth. Get out of studio mode. Get the music out of here. This is a good song though. A little Daft Punk as well as. I said boom da. Okay. Workout. Mind your own business. All right. So we're getting the power thing hooked up. We're getting the power thing hooked up, and so we're trying to actually do this the right way. Before I'll even power up this Vicor power supply, which I bought in probably 2011 off of eBay. I don't even know if this thing works. I assume that it does. It should work. It's using all this flat pack technology, so that's great. Everybody's different. I don't need to, you know, I'm happy for you. Okay, so yeah, getting this thing hooked up. This is an Allen Bradley power supply. Allen Bradley is like the Cadillac of industrial cabinet stuff. So, you know, obviously I'm going to be using all the premium stuff on Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs gets all the good stuff. So the Allen Bradley circuit breaker, this one's only 3 amps, by the way. This is very much under sized, but 3 amps at 120 volts translates to a lot of 24 volts. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, if this thing totally craps out, I think I have a 10 amp version of this that I can put in. 10 amps would probably be the more reasonable size. We do have, we're putting in thick wiring, so I don't have to rewire every time I try to, you know, knock things up a little bit. That's not the right phrasing. Anyway, yeah, so let's get to work on this. I'm gonna need a ground lug that I'll guess put to the local rail, and that'll just ground everybody. Aren't those not electric closet circuit breakers? I try, chat. I try. I really do. But I can't account for you guys. I'm not popular enough that comments will just fly by and I can just ignore them. Yeah, you guys got a couple seconds stream delay. And actually, I would like you guys to consider that couple seconds of stream delay when you try to leave these little snippy comments, because I can't, like 1 or 2 seconds delay compounds. And so by the time I see it, the little snip that you've made based on something that I just said, the moment is gone. And so I don't know what I said and I don't understand your jokes. I need just that little bit of context to help. 3 amps going at 120, you get 15 amps at 24. If it's perfectly efficient. This thing is like the highest, it's a very efficient power supply, I'll give you that much. These are like in the 80s, the upper 80s or something. Oh, what's this wire doing here? That goes over here. Try to get a little bit of space back. Okay, so we are gonna be doing ferrules on one side and then little cups on this side. And then for the ground lug, I'm gonna be using one of these open lugs, and we'll see if we can't get an 80-20 piece in there. These are specifically Vicor solid state power supplies. They've got these sealed like power supply blocks, which are pretty cool. Said boom da, coming through your speaker. I need tweezers. It's a little big. Well, the smaller ones won't fit. These are all I got. Gotta make them work. I'm not just going to solder terminals to this because these terminals are kind of large. And if I soldered at that size, it kind of tends to get melty. The solution for that, of course, is plugging something into the other side. Then you can solder the terminals and it's all well and good. But I would rather do more of a wiring harness with this thing. So I want to make sure that this thing has proper wiring and that it's all harnessed up nicely. What if I could use this? I guess that works. And get it to a precise size. How long do I want the stripped part of the wire? Try this. Ooh, that was nice. Just let the plug dangle around when I touch it and get 120 volts AC into my hand. Listen, we're trying to do things properly here. I'm trying to put my best foot forward so that I don't end up blowing myself up. Generally, those are my goals, is not to detonate myself. A little shorter than that, and I think we're golden. Just one nub shorter. I'll try it again because I got plenty of this wire. That's really satisfying. I bought this thing, this Nipex wire stripper, just to kind of flex on Flatulent Gonad. He had this big wiring project, and he's got his own technique, which actually looks like this. If you have a pair of flat pliers and a simple wire stripper, you're supposed to put a googly eye on it, but my googly eye fell off. Let's address that right now, actually. That's a very important thing. That's kind of very important around here, and I need to make sure that I'm keeping up on that sort of thing. Now, where did they go? They were in possibly a drawer. Not in that one. Maybe they're down here? No, they're not down here. I got a whole kit of these things that floats around the shop and occasionally surfaces. Maybe they're back here, way back in the back. This is where all that stuff was generated that made me cough. I don't see them there. Oh, you know what? I bet they're under the desk. I bet they're down here. Nope, I don't know where my googly eyes are. I have a whole kit of them. I have this big kit of googly eyes. They'll surface at some point. Oh, here they are. They're in with all of my parts storage for electronics. It's this drawer right here. Yeah, this is the, so I'm trying to show Flatulent Gonad's technique. So if I'm going to put the best foot forward, I need to actually properly present everything. We'll go with a rather small one on this because I think that'll tend to get knocked off less. I think here's probably the best. The board itself is an SKR Mini version 2. SKR Mini E3 version 2 that was bought for me to power a different project, to power my 3D printer without consulting me, and so it ended up being the wrong thing. The SKR Mini didn't have some of the outputs that I wanted on my 3D printer. So instead of using it, I actually ended up using the SKR, the same version, the same year kind of version, but it was a much larger board, and then this one was sitting around. So it became the perfect candidate for burn the subs. What Gonad does is he has a flat pair of pliers, not necessarily these, but it's a flat pair of pliers, grip with one implement at the distance, and you want it to be stripped somewhere just a little bit above where you grip it from. And then you take the other one, and this one is the wrong size, obviously, but you take that, crimp, and then move like that. And apparently that's good for big wiring jobs if you need to do hundreds of wires. But I decided to get the Nipex thing because I was curious about it, and I thought for 30 bucks I could front on Flatulent Gonad and show how cool this thing is. These things sometimes tend to kind of like fail at their job, but for this thing, it's perfect. I mean, it does like a perfect little crimp on that. So I don't know. I think I got my money's worth out of this thing. I like the ones that have interchangeable and socketable drivers. Yeah, those are, I mean, that's all well and good. This one is integral, but these drivers do everything that I need them to, and they tend not to blow up if you implement them properly. So I'm going to be running Clipper through an API, so that'll link this up to the Pi, to the Raspberry Pi, and then on the Raspberry Pi we have a Python program that runs the rest of the show. I will have Node Red do the subscription event, the vetting, because we need to make sure it's got a little bit of a profanity filter in there. And then we'll pipe that out. Sorry, it'll do MQTT from Node Red, will then be sensed by the Pi, used to run the display, runs this thing as well. And then it'll see whether or not, you know, stream is active and activate the board. I do have status lights on the side of this thing. I don't know to what end. Oh, you're correct, sir. You are correct. Do you think this one's a predator? Does it need to have forward-facing googly eyes? Actually, that's perfect. Yeah, okay, I'm doing that. Smaller, though. The problem with this googly eye kit is that it is completely and utterly full of googly eyes. Like, it is more than full. Some of these black mirrors that I have also could use some googly eyes. This is now a googly eye stream. Yeah, that's perfect. Now I could have put it here and here, but I think this is a better. All right, let's do the Stream Deck. G-code injection? No, that will not be possible. Listen, the amount of Red Hat testing that this thing has received is such that the biggest attack vector that has actually affected Burn the Subs is that Twitch can kind of forget that you announced your sub and you can announce it a second time. And in the channel points system, there is an alphanumeric identifier for the channel points redeem. In the sub system, there is no such thing. So I have had to actually key in on aspects of the subscription, like if you've just announced it or not, and attach like a date code and some other identifiable things. We have basically a gauntlet of scenarios that each sub has to go through in order to properly be put on the board. And we had to do that because people basically Red Hat tested it. I said, listen, if you can break it, break it. I would appreciate you to break the board. What eventually killed the previous versions of the board was a name that is too long and too large to be placed on a board that was too full. You can just hash the G-code file if it already has been done. You can't ignore it. Nope. No, you can't. There's a regex that keeps you from doing that. You got to get through the regex. Otherwise, nothing. Nothing. Okay, so. Yeah, we've got this. Where's my other crimper? I need the... Oh, I put it in the drawer because I use it so seldom. We only use it when we AC wire up a project, and I like my DC systems. Where the heck is it? Wait, is it over there? Where the heck is my stripper for big wiring? Where have you gone? It's not up here. It's the big chunky one. I don't know what I did with it. Did it just end up like at the bottom here? Where the heck is you? No, don't see it. Not there. Let's sneak under something in here. I gotta get rid of some of these. This is all my like plier-y type tools, and they're all of them are bad. All of them are bad, and they should feel bad. And there's like a big knife in here. Like, what is that doing? These are like the other type. These aren't the cranking one. No, that's not the right one anyway. That wouldn't work. All kinds of misfit tools. This thing is for like... It's just not the right thing. Not the right thing. No, it's not in here. Well, okay, what did I do with this tool? This is a wire crimper that is for the different kinds of crimps. It's for the big ones, and it's not the Persevia. It's got larger crimps on it, and it was just in the way, and I did something with it, and I don't know what I did to it. I don't know what I did. Put it somewhere. Way over there? No, no, no. Where could it have gone? All right, let's see. Where would I have put something like this? If I were me from 4 weeks ago, and I had this tool that I wanted to put somewhere, I didn't want to necessarily lose it. Just put it somewhere out of the way. I don't know. All right, you guys got kind of a whack camera angle here. Bought some Nipex wire strippers, seeing you use one. They're one of my favorite tools that I don't know how I lived without. You mean like this guy? That's crazy. It's just very weird when I influence somebody. I have weird ways of doing stuff, so it's strange to me when something that I've done improves someone else's life instead of ruins it. You know, if you came in here and you said, Bob, you used the wire stripper you use and it ruined my life, I'd be like, yep, mine too. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Hold on one sec. Had to mute to adjust myself. I think they have a big yellow handle. I think that's the thing about them. I think they have a big yellow handle. There's some hands, but that's not a handle. Big yellow handle. Where that? Maybe they're in here. This would probably have been a place that I would toss it into the big tool bin. No, don't see it. So the problem with suddenly doing a wiring stream is that I'm completely disorganized, if you couldn't tell. One of those other things that I'm wondering is if I can get an optical KVM for the computers in here and move them all into the unfinished part of the basement. I think then I'd be dealing with a different caliber of dust, and I don't think I would like that. So if I move them all, or if I stake out, there's a room behind this room that I could potentially stake out and use as like a computer room, but I can't use the whole room because it's like clothing storage. I really wish it wasn't clothing storage. It really kind of bugs me too, because I could use that whole room for my stuff, for my nefarious deeds. I could put all the computers back there, all the 3D printers back there, and have sort of a bespoke room for those things, which would be very, very useful indeed. So the place they would have ended up is probably on this wall, because this wall harbors a lot of tools that I don't really use all that often, but I don't see them. So where would they have ended up? With the things that get crimped? No. I wouldn't put tools in my stuff storage or stuff in my tool storage. So where then? Where then? I see nothing. I see no such crimpers. They wouldn't go in the lower drawer over here. That would be a crazy place. Ah, my fan fell over because I kicked it. Down here? Definitely no. Yeah, I remember moving them now. I just don't remember where I moved them to. This is what happens. I was like, man, these are just getting in the way. Uh-oh. Too much stuff in this drawer. Let's put vice grips up on the hanger, on the magnet hanger, along with these things. See if digging into this drawer anymore gives me an idea. Wait a minute. Oh, that's not good news. I found one of the handles of the wire stripper that I'm looking for. That's not a good sign. That's like finding a dismembered limb of the person you're looking for. That's not good. Oh boy. This is now a crime scene. How does just that go? Oh boy. I'm untangling my wire. Let me just get these things up on the magnet hanger in the distance here. This is not good at all. Chat farts when they're scared. This one is a garbage tool. Put it down there. Okay, so assuming now that I'm looking for something with only one yellow grip, still don't see them. Could they have gone to the special tool bin? My special mechanic tool bin that I keep in the back. I wouldn't have moved them that far away because they are useful. What are you guys saying over here in chat? I'm doing that with a long DisplayPort cable and a long active USB cable, order of magnitude cheaper than the Thunderbolt optical. See, I'm wondering about that because I have a ton of... I bought the Engineer Solder Sucker. Hey, the Engineer Solder Sucker is really good because you can fully... Are you looking for your crimper? Yes. The big knife is for protection in case the laser engraver gets out of control. Well, you're telling me this is a kill switch. I use it as a drywall knife because some worker left it here many, many years ago. We had the whole basement redone and somebody left this thing behind and it's like a murder knife. Somebody was carrying around a giant murder knife and now I have a giant murder knife, but I'm using it as a drywall knife. You can see because there's drywall on it, on some blood. Let's put this away. All right, so a lot of different like weird tools in here, but I don't see, all I saw is the handle for the crimper that I'm looking for, not the actual crimper itself. This is one of those drawers that has become victim of its own success. In that I've got too many tools living in it. And not the one that I'm looking for. So how am I going to grip these? How am I going to crimp these? Okay, these are garbage. These are garbage. They do the same thing as the Nip-X, but they're cheaper feeling and they're just worse. And as much as I'd like to keep around something with such a neat little mechanism to it, it's some Sparky's old tool that they put in their storage. So even they didn't find it very useful. So this is going away. And by away, I mean it's going upstate to a farm where it can play with all of its friends. Gone. Out of sight, out of mind. Which Nip-X one do you have? I have a couple, but this one is 1262-180 is the marking number on it. Now, keep in mind, a crimper like this is not always going to be the best tool. Not always going to be the best tool. It's, in fact, sometimes it is the absolute worst tool. It's good for consistency, it's good for larger wires, and it's good for keeping ergonomic. But honestly, like the other techniques that I've shown, like the one with the flat pliers, is pretty much more versatile because you're not buying a tool that is specific to that job of crimping in that way. You may need the flat pliers to do other stuff. I do not know where this specific crimper went. It wasn't a bad crimper. I didn't mind it. I don't know where it went. It's gone. I'm sitting over here. I'm like hands on the stools, contemplating. I'm over here with my stool. What would I have done with thee, oh crimp tool of the ages? Because this is the tool specifically for this size of crimp for the like ferrule things. Not the ferrules, the you know, the like whatever they are, the wire ends when my dog decides to go nuts. I mean, I guess I could just bend them with pliers and then solder them. That way we could actually hit the ground running here and not be delayed for my own lack of organization and or impression that I was helping myself by putting this tool in a place where I simply cannot find it. I'm so smart. I'm helping myself by doing this. Me 3 weeks ago when I put it away. I hate me. That guy's a jerk. Yeah, right. Can't find the tool. Let me get back to chat. Those are pricey. These are like 30 something, 40 bucks for a wire stripper that's going to keep you from getting carpal tunnel is not a bad trade-off. If you're doing a lot of sparky work, if you're doing something like wiring 10,000 dB5 connections, I would go for these. The flatulent gonad method is also perfectly valid, as you get the wire stripper that is the appropriate size, googly eyes of course, and you of course grip with one, pinch with the other, go like this. Because what that's doing is that's multiplying the force. I guess using ramps. It's not using, no, it's using moment arms in order to put the force into the separation of the two. So you're just doing this, and it's not all that much force to put a lot of, yeah, we're using levers, that's what it is. Everything is simple machines. They're probably using ramps though. What do your muscle fibers do? Your muscle fibers kind of like walk, right? So it's putting any load on your fingers. Yeah, you're only overcoming like the spring, so you're not like pulling back on it and hurting your palms or anything like that. Just very little force, boop. But I mean, if I were to do that type of work, I'd probably use these more often, because this is just boop, boop, boop. But then you are working out your fingers. So at some point, I would probably go to shake somebody's hand and I would blow up their hand. It would literally explode because I'd be working those muscles out all the time. I just wish I could find these wire crimpers, because crimping this part is not fun. All right, so where did our little buttress connector go? I mean, I might be able to, no, I don't think, actually, I don't think those will do it. I need those big guys, but I don't know what happened to them. Big end for doing tight connectors, oh yeah. This can't really, I mean, this can get into a lot, but not a ton. How the Egyptians wired up the pyramids, yes. Back in the time before time, tree stars were all the rage. Are they, wait, do it? No, I don't see them. I don't see them. Okay, now where did that, these connectors are like super precious and I just like dropped it. There it is. There it is. We're making our ground lug right now. So you can do these with your own gumption. What I do is I generally will overlap them instead of sort of peeling them around and down, which is I think what these want to do, but I will use these because they've got the little grippy end. They've got little teeth on the end. Here, check it out. Teeth. Those will help you kind of grab stuff. But what really, our goal is just to put pressure on the jacket of the wire to both keep the wire pressed in to where it needs to be crimped and to make sure that that jacket is what flexes. So I am pushing it in and around. So I basically fold one over, fold the other on top of it, and then push it all in just to kind of tighten it up. And then for the wire itself, I'm doing the same thing, only I'm trying to get it tighter than that, just so that it puts cold welding pressure on the actual joint. Although this would be much better done in an actual crimp. And if you do hundreds of these, you get good at it. when you do your 100,000th of these things, it's not as clean, and I could probably clean it up a little bit. I could probably clean that up a little bit. Let's clean it up. No, you're not really supposed to solder these. You really shouldn't. It's not good for them. Because if that solder wicks up the wire, it can be a liability. It'll end up flexing at the solder and not the jacket crimp. But push comes to shove, I guess I could put a bead of solder on it. Whatever, that's good enough. It's not as tight as it could be. Let's check to see that it doesn't totally fail. It totally fails. God damn it. I need the real crimper. Can this thing do these sizes? No, that's too small. It's way too small. That'll just blow it up. Yeah. Yeah, I need to go find the right crimper, and I have one more place that I can check for it. assuming that I still have it. I'm gonna go check in the back and see if I've got that crimper, because I think it made it into like my toolbox of odd tools, which is sitting just in the unfinished part of the basement. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Where's my BRB? It's over in the, and then the BRB2, somewhere in this list. I have to go through and fix my Stream Deck stuff so that I can call upon these scenes. I'll be right back. Just give me a second. I'll put on the music. Be right back. I might have to use the solder method. I cannot find these crimpers anywhere. I don't know what happened to them. I thought I was organizing myself, but no, I was just hiding things from my future self. Ridiculous. So, I don't know where these wire crimps went. They're probably at the bottom of a drawer. I found these. Not that I need these anytime soon. I don't know why I'm moving them into the shop. Let's put these in the drawer. I don't know what I do with these. I don't really ever need them. I have them now. They're right here. These are going in the drawer where there's no room. So yeah, I don't know what happened to this crimper. I'm not about to just like buy a new one and wait for it to come in the mail, because that's crazy. Just do a second sweep here. Yeah, it ain't in here. Okay. Ooh, that's some harsh heartburn. What about like under here? Can I spot it if it's like way under here? Nah, I don't see nothing. Up on top? No. If I were a gigantic yellow-handled pair of wire crimpers, and I'm not saying I'm not, where would I go? I'm just out of spots. You'd think I would put it somewhere kind of intuitive. You know, like, hey, me from the future, I'm looking for some wires. I gotta crimp some connectors. What are you running over these wires? Power. That would be AC power in. So it's, you know, it's important to get this right. It's important to get this right because this thing is going to sit on my wall and be powered for extended amounts of time. So I want to make sure that I'm putting my best foot into this. And I've got jackets, I've got sleeves that go over the wire. I just need to make sure that I crimp it properly. What's fun is that you can actually buy pigtails that have this stuff already done. But we need a kind of a custom length here because we need to move around the circuit breaker because of the way I ordered the stuff. The way I put the stuff inside of this. So, yeah, I mean, if it's that important, you might as well just buy the crimper. I have the crimper. I don't know where it is. I have it. I've seen it. I know what it looks like. We found part of him. We found part of him. It was mailed to us with a ransom note. My poor 336-2. Yeah, no, the rest of the crimper is somewhere. We found just the handle. I don't understand how that can happen. How is that a thing? Under stuff over here. That's that cool wall thing, that projector that we need to like get working again. No, there's nothing behind. I did something with them. I hope I didn't throw them out. Go back through the VODs and see where I put them. I don't think I did it on stream. This is one of those post-stream cleanup sessions from the days of old. It could have been at any point. It could have been any time. It could have been any place. This sucks. I have the right crimper. I know it exists. It's just this big, unwieldy, wrench thingy. Yeah. Willow's carrying them into the next county. This thing smells like Dad. I'm going to bury it. See me come through your speakers. How about this pile of junk right here? A bunch of this stuff out of the way. Things are very disorganized in this one corner of the shop, so I really don't want to show it to you guys. I'm not going to. You guys will have to trust me on this, that I'm looking through a big pile of stuff. Try to find if there's a set of crimpers that has just been haphazardly thrown in to any of this. Doesn't look like there is. Yeah, that one's all that stuff. And then over here, we've got no crimpers sitting in bins. And then in the drawers, I didn't see anything resembling the crimpers. Just move a couple things and make sure that I'm looking under stuff and around stuff. Under a giant, ow, pokey saw blade. That thing hurts. Owie. Jeez. This fucking thing has no right to be as sharp as it is. It hurts. It was like taking little chunks out of my fingers as I was looking around it. Jeez, what do you do with something like this? Put it up on the wall? Hope it doesn't fall down and chop you in half? No, it's not there. It's not under that pile. Next drawer is a bunch of sockets and no crimp wrench. Next drawer. Oh, wait, hold on. Pause the situation. That's a couple tools, battery-powered stuff. Piece of junk that my brother gave me. Next drawer is electronic stuff. No. Drawers, cabling and programmers. Oh, maybe it's this top drawer. No. Close, but no. That's sensors. And a radio. Still that Baofeng. Wait, where'd the battery for the Baofeng go? Huh. Huh. I have one of those old Baofeng radios that have been like banned. I don't see crimpers anywhere. Nope, nope, nope. Wow, that's interesting. So, assuming that I did not get rid of them, which I don't think I did because they still have their use, as well as crimping the neighbor's wires. We found part of it in this drawer. Do you have your ham license? No. I've been told that I should get it. I've been told that I should get my ham license. I just don't have it. I'm peeking around stuff right now. I'm just kind of like giving everything the bother eye. Just to be sure that there isn't anything like hiding in the wings. There, no, 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 no. Up top, no, no. Over here. Crammed over here, maybe? What about in this? Nope. It's my miter box. It's not even that useful. Sorry, this whole stream has become a searching stream. Just because it's power input stuff, and I really kind of wanted to get that tested today. That was my whole goal today, was to get the AC line tested. So it's kind of important that I do this the right way, because the wrong way could start a fire. And not like a fire in our hearts. I mean, just like a shop fire. That would be the most evil thing. So I'm investing a little bit into finding the right stuff for the right job. Sort of the calculus of doing this sort of thing. Sometimes things fly by. Sometimes you do a janky job on something because it's funny. Other times you have to search your shop top down in order to find something. Oh, who's that stand? No crimps in there. I'm looking through the project boxes right now to see if I happen to just lay them down. There's more BMW turn signal stuff. Okay, where else? Where else? Where else? No, not there. Okay. In the... No, not in there. We looked in the drawers. We looked on the surface of stuff. In the corners. Corners and doors. And then... on the hanger back here is where I would want to put them. But I don't think it would stick to any of the magnet stuff because it doesn't have a big exposed thing of metal. And the more, you know, I can only look at this thing so many times and not see the tool that I'm looking for. This is mighty, mighty frustrating for me because this is one of those tools that I would not have put totally out of my way. This is something that I would know that I need at some point. So I'm just thinking about where I stash stuff and where I might stash this thing versus what I've interacted with lately. I just keep coming up short. This is like a big tool too. This is like a big pair of pliers. So it would be hard for me to actually misplace this thing. So then, where are we left? Me doing it manually again and badly. And using solder. I don't want to use solder. It's the dog has it. Let's see. So I searched the weird tools bin. I looked at some of the other bins back there and I didn't see anything resembling this pair of crimps. This pair of crimps, and we found part of it, this part of it. Where would the rest potentially go? Could I put it like over here? Perhaps. just crouch down over there and see if there are like any obvious spots over here. This is sort of a non sequitur place to put it, but it's possible. This thing I meant to become a drill bit holder. This is one of those a cheap magnetic knife hanger. I wanted to make that into a drill bit holder. Never got around to that. What I need to do is machine like a little shelf in there because the drill bits just fly off of it. They don't really stick all that well. So if I put a little shelf on it, then it could hold up the drill bits. You know, if I put it behind stuff, I don't think I'll ever find it. Yeah, okay. All right, we're fresh out of luck here. I did not find the tool that I was looking for. Do I buy one? Do I just order one right now? It's possible. That is crazy. What would I have done with it? So they're probably in the unfinished part of the basement somewhere. I probably tossed them into a bin, and the bin ended up in something, or like at the back of a shelf or something like that. So it's probably pretty gone. I may have to order a different set of crimps just because there's no knowing where stuff is. All right, let's minimize that. What did you crimp last? Computer project. I think it was the computer project that last used that tool, because that's where I was actually taking AC in and converting it into like a power supply. So I think it was the computer project, but beyond that, I mean, how long ago was that? That was like 2 years ago. I think that was at least 2 years ago, which means they could have migrated literally anywhere on the planet. Yeah, all right, so let's just look one up. When in doubt, buy something. Klein Tools. I don't think that's the right thing. There's Joe Wire Crimp. Well, wait a minute. If those flat ones are for those things, then maybe I could use the real dumpy tool that I have sitting in the back. Hold on a second. The tool that I've literally been dancing around and avoiding this whole time. Which I put question mark, it's right there. Do you think this is the right thing? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, I just thought of an area that the crimper might be in. It might be with the other rejects from this thing. But this is from the Free Cycle group. I don't know if this is the right one. Certainly opens wide enough. I guess I could just try it on one and see what it does. Try it on one of these. The big spades. The big payback. Big spade. Let's just see. How would this go in? I don't know if that's correct. This looks way too big. I don't think I'm feeling this one. I think this is a totally different crimper. That doesn't look right. That is absolutely wrong. That's not right at all. This is not the right crimper. No, sir. Nope. Okay, well, that answers that question. I don't know what the hell this thing is for. This is for like the plastic ones. Yeah, I think that's what this is for. All right. Well, I think the one that I'm looking for is both the plastic ones and the little metal thingies that I'm looking for right now. I have one more place that I can search, and it's not in this room. So hold on, let me just I'm actually going to put this one there. We'll do another BRB. Sorry about all the BRBs. Just go over to this one and click. Oops, no, that's the wrong one. It's settings. Cancel studio mode. Overlays. And then we go to BRB2. Really need to assign that button. BRB2, and then I'm going to put the music back on. And I'll give you guys the face cam. All right, I'm going to put this one back and a self-defense tool. I know, it's huge. It's all gross, though. That's the problem with this one. Ugh. I found it. Hold on, I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart from all the digging around. Ugh, I found this stupid thing. It was in one of the bins, but it was buried underneath a bunch of wires. Oh man, hold on, I need a big sippy of water. Okay. All right. Get the music out of here. Woo, a little bit of hydration does a lot. Hit pause. Get rid of BRB. Geez, I need to go into studio mode to do that these days. Studio, overlay, BRB2. I will fix that soon. Okay, now I hit stop streaming. Now I can actually start wiring things up. This is supposed to have been hours ago, but we found out that I had the wrong kind of crimp for the crimper. And since this is a mission critical project, this is one of those projects where I consider this to be in deep space. This whole project is in the deepest of deep space, and I'm not allowed to touch it during its operation because the whole thing about Burn the Subs is that it is art that creates itself. It is Twitch interaction, but it is also art creating art. So my art creating art, I think this is the wrong size thing, my art creating art shouldn't be touched during operation. That means that a lot of the burden of properly engineering everything lies upon us. We need to design and build this thing to the best of our abilities with the tools that we have now and not edit it later. I just dropped the other handle. Give me the other handle. You were part of the entire operation of finding this stupid thing. This will go back in the drawer that's right by the machine, by the milling machine. That's where it'll go, just for future reference. You guys don't really have to remember that. I do. This is for this kind of crimp. This has the double bowed, whatever you call it. That little fold in upon itself. It insists upon itself. No, this is the little fold in butt action at the base there. The project bins that are all the way over there, it was under a thing that was under a thing. So it was wrapped up in a bunch of wires, and it was all the way down there. But this thing does not stay on. I need to put like a little sticky stuff on this. How's it supposed to be held on? I think it just kind of slides in. Oh, there we go. Clicks on. There we go. Now it's held on. All right. So ground wire, back to ground wire. So I have the crimp, I have the strip, and then I have the thing that goes over top of it, which is this little clear jacket. Comes with the kit. So I'll thread this thing onto my wire. Well, that doesn't like to move. Put these over here. Now this one I have not used in a while. Let's get light too. Can't see what I'm doing. Everything's pulled out after all that searching. Oh God. Okay. Crimp wire, and we are, I believe, we are 14 gauge. That should be labeled on this, and I got to figure out what end is what. Which end goes where, huh? So what the heck? Oh, they go in like different directions depending on which one you're doing? No. Okay, so the wire is on this end, and that one's the crimpy part. So it's like this. Let's see if I can actually get this to work. That's too big, I think. It doesn't appear. Yeah, that didn't do anything with the really, I don't know. I don't know if I trust that size. Try it. That's the wrong size too. Actually, that might be okay. Let's take a look at it. I bit my finger so badly at work with a set of those a while ago. The whole building heard me shout. That is awful because these things do not relent. You know, there is a way to release them, but it's once the damage has been done. See, what I don't like is that this isn't really squeezing the wire down. It should be squeezing that more. That should be more compressed. That's why I think I have the wrong size. That'll probably hold, and it'll be good enough for a ground. I mean, I guess I can, you know, it'll pass any continuity testing. It looks like it actually does look like it is compressed in this. That does look okay. It's not great. I guess I'll accept it. Still looks pretty jank. Well, the part of the problem is that I double crimped it. I think if I single crimp, when I do the power one, I'll single crimp it. We'll see if that does better. But yeah, the advantage of these is that they've got these little jackety guys that go on it and protect you from, you know, shocking yourself when using them. Yeah, I guess I could do that with these. I think I did. I would find that to be an acceptable connection. No, you don't want to. This is such a common misconception that I have to fight it almost constantly on my own stream. You do not want to add solder here. Don't solder this. This is supposed to be an adequate amount of electrical continuity because it has been compressed, and that creates a cold weld, and it creates the maximum amount of power flow through there. Obviously, a blob of solder is going to carry current better, but when you solder that, the solder will wick up the bundle of wires because of a capillary effect, right? It's going to wick up, and it can get beyond the jacket crimp. And what that means is that when this bends, it will not bend with the jacket, it'll bend with that solder, and that creates a pinch point where it'll start to break. So you're not supposed to add solder to these things. But anyway, so we're doing a ring terminal on the other end. These are not the same kind of crimps. These are that other kind of crimp, but I think I can still crimp them. I don't know. I actually think I have the right kind of crimp for these. And I guess since it's a ground wire, it doesn't need a little jacket thing over it. I just did that anyway. Sal's gonna do it again. Bow, bow. Smaller hole. I only need this, I think. We're just going to attach this to the body of the thing and try to use one of those like twisted things. The twisted washers that'll kind of dig into the anodization here and give us a ground. So that one goes there, and then this, we'll just give it a decent amount of length, and that'll be good enough. We got googly eyes on our strippers now. Oh, that didn't fly out like the others. I don't know how this thing manages. I guess because it's the wire cutters, just this big spike that kind of drops down on the thing. It manages to like shoot the wire out of the one side. All right, so there's that. We already set that to the right length. I don't know, I could probably solder this and get away with it. This one doesn't crimp the jacket of the wire. I could include the jacket in there a little bit and then put it through. I don't think I have one of this size, though, because this is one of the ones that's meant to push down on it. So these, I actually need yet another type of crimper. These, the maker beams are anodized. The beams that burn the subs. So what I want, anodization is insulating, but it's also very scratchable. So I want something that'll just barely scratch the insulation, the anodization. Is this the right kind? Not really. I'm looking for the kind that has sort of a lump in the middle, but I guess these will probably do. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That'll put pressure on it. Not really elegant, but we're not using solder. I guess I could overlap it. No, I don't. Well, yeah, it's just going to be jank. Ugh. I don't like it. No, sir. We'll hit this one up with shrink wrap. That'll give me the coupled connection to the back here, since the crimp is entirely on the wire itself. We just need to bolster it now with a little bit of heat shrink. Yeah, that went terribly. That didn't go good. That one did not go good. That was the wrong kind of crimp. Oh well, I don't know if I have the right kind of wrench. This is for those plastic ones. And so is that giant bludgeoning wrench that I have. But we're just doing the ground lug right now. I'm just trying to get all the right stuff in the right places. Wait a minute. Nope, this is still the, oh, but this is the right one. Oh no, wait a minute. We can still rescue this. We can rescue this. This one does have the right one. I can just pop of the base, boink. Give it a little crimpy doodle. All right, it's looking good. And then we need to find another one of those little guys. I think it's this guy here. I think it's this little guy right here. And I think I can give it 2 crimps. If I do 1 crimp, then I'll just fit some shrink wrap over it. But I do want to get a little bit of the jacket into the metal. And then this one has these guys for the non-insulated crimps. So what that does is that keeps it from flattening itself down onto this and making kind of like a wide crush. This will fold these in on itself and it'll kind of come down curling, I hope. I am going to put shrink wrap on it, but it'll be fine afterwards. Yeah, there we go. I guess that's the way to go. That is the way to go. So that just created a nice high pressure crimp there where everything will make decent electrical contact from my ground so that lightning bolts can go through it without blowing everything up. All right, what shrinky doodles do I have here? The only real reason that I'm putting shrink wrap on this is just as a strain relief for the wires, just so I don't end up eventually breaking it at the wire from flexing it too often, because it'll be up and down and all kinds of weird stuff is going to happen to it during its run. The reason I get away with this size of shrink wrap is that I can squish it down over the head of this thing. Also, the smaller size is even like well smaller, so this will do just fine. Okay, so let's get the shrink wrap gun, which is again going to have to exist in conjunction with this giant pile of crap that I've been creating. Yeah, all right, keep that right here. This is one of the more useful tools that I've ever gotten because I would always use a lighter to do shrink wrap, a lighter or a torch to do the shrink wrapping on projects like this. And as time went on, I kept burning things because when you use the lighter or the torch, you're like, well, is it fully shrunk yet? And that at that moment is when things start smoking and smoldering. So it really got me frustrated. I got very annoyed with the constant deluge of burning plastic that I had to deal with when wiring up a project. And so I was like, what is the solution? So you get a heat gun, and this thing just does not allow for that wire to get to the point. I saw the red light, I'll get to you. It doesn't allow for the shrink wrap to get too hot. Of course, this thing itself gets very hot and it's very light, so hot air station's really nice to have. I used to ruin stuff with the lighter too. The hot air gun, not the hot air, because this thing will obliterate shrink wrap. This thing falling over like that is really getting on my nerves. If I were a smart man, I would have the bench vise right here, and I'd be able to put this in the bench vise. But the cable is so thick on this thing, it's really messing me up. But yeah, having just like a hot air thing, I can just do this. And I know that I'm not going to overdo it. Now there's a whole NASA guide on how to do heat shrink tubing properly. Like if you got a large wire that you're heat shrinking, there's actually like a procedure. But this is also a ground lug. It doesn't really need to be perfect. All right. Pinch the end a little bit. There we go. Look at that. That's a professional wire. What do we got going on over here? Hold on, I missed a bunch of stuff. Yeah, what's up, Big Pixels? We're working on Burn the Subs. I'm getting to some stuff that I haven't done. Oh, you're subbing with 13 months. That dude is Big Pixels. Man. Burn the Subs. Okay, make sure the crimp's tight. We have, you're talking about a little dollop of solder on the very end. I still, see, I don't trust telling people that that's okay because they're going to overdo it. I'm trying to emphasize the thing that people are surprised about, which is to just not use solder ever, and not really talking about the corner cases because I don't want to send the wrong impression. This is too big. This one on this side, well, whatever, we can just deal with it. Too big on the spade lug. I don't think the smaller ones fit these big electrical, the big AC ones. Yeah, no, they don't even start to fit. These are definitely the size that I have to use. I'm gonna run out of these things. I'm gonna have to buy more. Okay, so this would be neutral. Neutral is gonna go directly to the power supply. And then, oh, does this also get a ground? Wait a minute. I may have to split the ground. So we'll have to make another, yeah, we need to make another earth. L1 and L2 or neutral. So the neutral wire is just going to go directly, and then our load is going to go through the switch and the breaker. I'm going to need a lot of little wires here. Where this comes in. Bada bing. Man, that really sends it flying. I don't know if I like that. Like if you're a Sparky on site, maybe you do want the little wire nub to be shot into the, you know, because you can like aim at your buddies and hit them with the little bits of wire. But what about oxidation at the actual crimp to the copper wire? It's supposed to be crimped tight enough that it wouldn't oxidize. Because it's supposed to be tight enough that there's not a lot of air getting in. And the parts that are connected are cold welded in the pressure of the crimp. So there's an interface between the two. An unbreakable interface. Unless it's disturbed. What? Dat Deets. The show of shows, hosts of hosts. 73 months with Dat Deets. Look at that. Look at the length of that. It's beautiful. That's incredible, Dat Deets. Thank you so much for subbing. Yeah, look. Make good on my word. I'm getting back to the project that I said I'd get back to. I want to use this size because I think this is the size, but this size didn't really work out for us. It was the next size up that did it. What up, Deets? Deets is one of the older names around here, man. With a first badge. Oops. You're not supposed to look at me. Stop looking at me. Five to 1.5. I don't know. That does, because like that didn't quite do it, but it seems like it's the right size of the wire and everything. We'll do it one more time and see what it. I'm running out of these. I got to be careful that I make good on the ones that I got. It's all that I got. I need to actually start crimping it just a little bit, and that makes it bow outwards and accept the larger thing. If I can actually get the wire to get in there. This will make a good crimp, though. If the wire can barely fit in as it is. Yeah. And handles touching. As per Gonad's suggestion, release. Yeah, it's weird. It seems like it's not quite right. Because, yeah, see how that's not tight? This is not tight down there. And if I harass this enough, I bet I could pull it out. I don't want to pull it out because then I can't fit it back in very easily. But this can probably pull away, and it's not really See, it's not tight around the strands. So yeah, we need to go one size down. Squeeze until my arms hurt. You giving it plenty of time to like mold into the right shape? No, it just needs to be the size below what I was doing. Which it still seems to fit into nicely, but it's not going to completely curl the way that it probably should. Until my hands start shaking. Then it doesn't like to let go. Like, okay, let's do a little test here. Take my pin tool. I can't really get in there. Yeah, I can only get into the beginnings of it. So I'm going to have to assume that that did grip down onto the wire and compress it all adequately. I'll try pinching back here. Yeah, that ain't moving. So I guess that size, the one size down from what I thought it would be, is actually what's correct-ish, although it's still off a little bit on that, but I guess it works. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is it has the signs, like the back, the wire, the jacket crimp part is bending down a little bit, which I don't really like. That's a sign that it's not the right mold. But it seems like it'll be adequate for Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs gets all the special stuff, though. So it has to be done right. I don't want to do the pull test. It'll ruin it. Okay, fine. Yeah, it does. Ow. These really dig into you when you do the pull test. Jeez. So the other side of this one is a ferrule, and it needs to basically go around, out and around. It doesn't need to go a long distance. This would be the what is it? Electrical ground. Neutral. This thing is going to melt everything on my desk. I really need to put it on like a retractable pull thing so I can pull it down and then it'll go back up. It's a cheap thing though. All right, so from, where's N? I love how these are labeled. That's helped me out so many different times. That's L. This one is N right here. N for nearest. Ooh, that first plug is real janky. So one's going to go up here, the other one's going to come back down, and then the third one is going to come from wherever this attaches to. So I'll put it like right there. So that'll come from here, and then they need to go to there. So give it a little bit of excess so that I can lift this thing away. So that'll be about this length. Actually, do I want it to be able to work if I put this thing fully to the side? So if I move that there with all its tubes and everything, all its regalia, why does it no longer fit in the spot that I put it? What's going on here? So we'll do it this length. And then I'll have to like just shove it back into this chamber. Oh, for the ferrules, it's a different length. The ferrules are a much different length. Let's just get water all over my circuit breaker. There's a little dribble of water because I removed one of these pipes, and it's made it so that the whole bottom of this thing is now wet. It's not going to really affect anything. Yeah, well, that connection's not great. Well, here's the real pull test. Do I really need to? I guess these are linked in. They're not moving. What the? Huh, I didn't know that. This has like a buffer. It like pushes in a little bit. That's strange. I would assume they still work fine. Let's see. I am doing the length of a ferrule, which are where? Where did I put the there? Here. I'm gonna do it again. It's either black or gray is too big. Probably gonna be this one. And the length I need is that far, so let's dial that in. I think that's actually the right length. Yeah, I think I got it just by eyeball. Mark one eyeball. Give that a big old twisty. Yeah, could use a little bit of distance there, a little bit more, just a little. Just about there. Ugh. Where did it go? Where did my ferrule go? There it is. TDT, how you doing? We got some old names coming in here. People I haven't seen in years just because I put Burn the Subs in the title. Joke's on them, because we're actually working on Burn the Subs. This thing never seems to go tight enough. I guess on the larger wires it does. There's an adjustment. I think this is the adjustment that I need to make in order to make it a little tighter. On small wires, it doesn't really do the right thing, but on these, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, that one does it perfectly. That's not going anywhere. Is the board coming back? No, never! Not even a little bit. I want to get a power supply test done on it. I do not know if this power supply will explode, so I need to hook this thing up to AC and just turn it on. Just see if it'll do anything. So I'm trying to make sure that everything works properly. These are going to stick out a little bit. I don't really like that. Maybe I could invent some kind of like a cover to put over this. That might be okay. Bye. That might be something that I have to like build, or 3D print a little thing that'll just cover over the power wires going in. I'll have to do some measurements on that. There is just not room to work. This ensemble of crimpers that I have going on here. Everybody out of the way. Okay, so that leaves us with the power wire. And this is going to be the one that goes the greatest distance of them all. While I have this in ferrule mode. Oh, look at that. It didn't actually crimp at the length that I wanted it to. It slipped up the wire until it gripped, and then it crimped it. Weird. It's probably a setting that I could do in that. I think it's this one here. If I put this a little bit more plus, it'll clamp down harder. Yeah, what we're doing is we're doing the initial power wiring, so I'm trying to do everything by the books, or at least by the books that I've written. By the books that I've written for myself, in terms of doing things correctly and safely. Even still, it's not quite the right length. Huh. Just barely the right length. But this is the same way that I like to do the wiring on control cabinets and stuff. Very particular about the way things are done here. And obviously, I've looked at code, but it's more I've studied how this stuff is typically done and what people do in the cabinets and what's safe and what's not. Making sure that I don't expose myself to any AC along the way, things like that. It would look a lot cooler if I kept these in a continuous cable, but I guess I can't have everything. So what's our input side of this? Cool, it's not labeled. What direction? So is this the line input. Let's go back to the data sheet and make sure there's no like arrows on it. It has an electrical symbol on the front. That's all I can go by. I don't know what type of technology this thing is using, so I don't know if the polarity is important. But see how the broken line is in 1 and the switch is on 2. Does that mean line comes in here and this is what we cut off? So this is the rest of the system. This is where the power is coming from. So I'm plugging into this one. So this needs to be a long wire. That would be needlessly long. Let's just check the data sheet that we have open. You go to here. Tell me your secrets. Direction is important, otherwise the fuse gets damaged in the failure. Yeah, I would assume there's electronic trickery going on here that I would need to cater to. So ours is the one with the little X on top, and then the switch. Just try to look up the symbol on it. Oh, maybe not by symbol, okay. The fun part is they assume that everybody knows how these things work like this, and I don't. So I have to look it up. How did I figure this out the first time? I guess I probably just opened up a data sheet and looked it up. He's leaning in, he's concentrating. Hey, TDT Club for 12 months. Look at this, look at all these people. Man, it's like you guys have this expectation of me working on Burn the Subs again. It's almost like that project was my only claim to fame or why people watched me at all in the first place. Tell me your secrets. Alan Bradley assumes that everybody knows what they're talking about all the time. Please, Alan Bradley, break it down into simple, easy to digest language for me. I must know. So what is it? Mini circuit breaker, miniature circuit breaker, DIN rail wiring. Images. That'll dumb it down to its very bones. Yes, dumber, dumber. See, they have the load coming in on the top and going out the bottom. And I think that's what I assumed on the other circuit breakers that I had. Load coming in at the top. So let's go ahead and double check on the data sheet. Maybe they got the big dumb wiring all the way at the bottom. I thought I saw it flash before us there just briefly. What in the hell is going on here? These things are expensive. What is that all about? This looks way too rich for my blood. Let's see. That song from the last break is stuck in my head. This is covering a lot of different products. I don't know if this will have our specific one. I saw a product in one of the... What the... Oh, idea. I thought that was a red light. I do a load of this stuff on Friday. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's 3-phase. Oh boy. That means all the colors are going to be different too, all the wire colors. Usual connection, circuit breaker, top in, bottom out. In with the tops. Got it. I just wanted to double check on the product that I have, but it turns out Alan Bradley likes to publish a data sheet, like the Omni data sheet, which is just the data sheet for every single product they make. This is insane. Can you please just give me like a diagram with the thing that I have? And then it's like a multi-data sheet. So we see this again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And they always show it hooking up to a bus bar on the lower thing. Well, it's 2 bus bars. Why would you do that? I'm just going to have to assume that it's top to bottom. It's funny that they don't put markings on it to label the input. They give you a circuit diagram, and I guess that's what it is. So many bus bar specifications. You will not want for details when looking at bus bars. I guess they're assuming that you would know how the diagrams function. It would be pretty non sequitur for them to have the input be on the bottom. Oh. Dual terminals provide wiring bus bar flexibility. Oh, you guys are right. It is for bus bar. Scratch and solvent resistant. And we've got an indicator window at the bottom. That's all well and good. I was just wondering what the direction of this thing is, and we're going to go top to bottom. That's all I know. It's all the same features on all these. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Back to that one. So that means that the wire here going to our system is actually going to be short. It'll be the same length as this one pretty much, with a ferrule at the end, and then that'll go right in there. So these will be approximately the same distance. Like that. Nipex? Oh, there it is. Morning from New Zealand. How's it going? Man, I could have been living in New Zealand. That would have been nice. Tequin, I have a feeling that series of letters is supposed to be pronounced differently, and I don't know how to do it. Tequin Dragon. Thank you for the 12 months. Yeah, I applied for a job at Valve, who is now stationed. Tequin Dragon. Ah, I knew it. I knew there was something up. I applied for a job at Valve during a time when I was doing a lot of like video game controller designs and stuff. And I forget if I gave them a portfolio or not. I gave them a bunch of details about it, and it took them a full week to dismiss my application. And then like half a year later, the Steam controller was suddenly a thing. So I think, and at least as much as I can infer from that, that my application actually had legs in the organization, and they decided that I was too dumb. They said, this guy sucks, and they threw me in the garbage can. But it took them a little bit, and they actually considered me. They are now stationed, of course, in New Zealand. I could have been living there. I would have gone over immediately because you guys have health care, unlike us here in America. Here in Pennsylvania, I've got some health care, but it's only a matter of time. Unless, you know, the right inroads are made. All right, so, and believe me, you're gonna have to correct me again on that. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing for future bother getting it wrong. We're doing a bunch of wiring right now. New Zealand would be expensive for me. I mean, if you're going over there with a job at Valve, I would assume that I would be pretty well taken care of. That'd be so awesome. But yeah, what we're doing right now is we're wiring up Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs is my giant interactive art piece. It's my big piece of art. Spelled with an F. Ah, my hand. Okay, there we go. My big fart piece, which involves people subscribing to my channel. So as Tequin Dragon, I'll get it eventually. As Tequin Dragon is just subbed, what would happen is the name would go into my Node-RED system. It would get vetted out for any kind of curse words. Like if Tequin is a fancy name for Fanny, it would then get thrown in the garbage. But if not, it would get routed to burn the subs, which is a Raspberry Pi that I've mounted on my wall, and I'm water cooling, and we're adding a screen too, so we can get some status updates, which then finds a spot, a nebulous spot, a random spot on this thing, this giant board that I have sitting up on my wall. Once it finds a spot, what it'll do is it'll translate the name into machine moves. The machine moves will then get sent to Clipper, which has an API, so hopefully we'll be able to just send them into Clipper. Clipper will then turn those instructions into motor control things. It'll time all the pulses out in order to move stepper motors and turn on a laser in order to physically burn the username that's subscribed onto the giant block of wood on my wall. So we have a couple things that we're working out still, a couple things that we have yet to program. I want to make sure that my hardware is good, so that's what we're working on right now. Which definition of the word UK or US? It doesn't matter, they're both improper. Is it a word for butt or it is a word for vagina? It depends on where you are. But in this context, it doesn't matter. So that lower one is for the terminal. I don't know why it's got such a big gap in it. Maybe that's why this thing ended up in my hands. This thing maybe was broken and somebody threw it on a shelf. That's the other thing that we're vetting out right now. As we wire this thing up, I need to make sure that all the bullshit that I'm putting into this thing actually works. This Vicor power supply has been a fixture of this channel for quite a while. Burn the Subs has been sitting in the wings for years, just because I've been working on other stuff, because I'm a human being. I'm a human being and I'm allowed to burn out. So anyway, being a human being and being burnt out, we haven't worked on this thing in a while. This has not been vetted out before, this 3-amp breaker. The Vicor power supply hasn't been vetted out before. This thing could blow up. I bought it on eBay for like $100. These things are worth quite a bit of money though, because this is a solid state. It's a very special power supply and it creates very clean power. In the past they have, but they will not on the new one. The new one, the schema that I've come up with for it doing stuff is that gift subs will be in a single line font, like a Hershey font, of my own making. It's based on the Avener font. That is just a font that my friend likes to use, and so I decided to take it on as part of sort of the design language of the stream. These are things that like you guys may not know or think about, but like branding, design language, fonts, those are all things that the what is it called? The digital media mind needs to kind of think of. I had an uncle a long time ago who actually worked in like advertising logos and stuff. So companies would come to him, his firm, and actually get like a logo made. All that work that they would put into making some just like very simplistic two-dimensional drawing. It's kind of interesting that I do this now. But yeah, branding and stuff. So I've got this particular font that I like to use, and I turned that into a Hershey font, which is a singular line. There's a screwdriver floating around on the desk. That's what I'm looking for. I have a flathead screwdriver that's bare. There it is. Found it. I have a particular font that I created for the laser that this thing creates. So subscriptions out of the blue. I mean, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, it does go down there. Okay. I misinterpreted what was going on in this. So yeah, subscriptions that are just people subscribing to the channel, they get the bubble font. They get 2 lines that represent the letters. The gift subscriptions get a Hershey font so that more of them can fit, and they'll be smaller as well. Boy, that was a puzzle. Why was that such a puzzle? See, when this thing is installed, I can't get to the screws. All of that is just in service of maximizing the number of names that actually make it onto the board. This one's a little longer and it's driving me nuts. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. That one goes yoop. So we need a little yoop. A little yoop. Just a little yoop, little youper, just like that. So we just need a little yoop. Let's get just a little yoop. Where's my youper? There it is. Just a little yoop. This one is not going to be long enough to go from down there all the way up here. I'm going to need to get more wire. That's going to be so wasteful. It sucks. Yeah, we're not doing that. What we used to do is, what was it? Well, not many months. It was the more names that went on the board, the smaller and smaller the font would get. And so you'd have this diminishing font size. It was kind of a fun little feature. Maybe I should use a longer yoop. Let's use the longer yoop. Just in case I have to jiggle the components around. No, this one I'm making them all like more uniform. It'll be better for the design in the end. You know, people have talked about doing a system of like check marks next to names depending on how many resubs there are. That's not in the cards. I don't think that is going to be good. And also it presents itself as a fairly complicated programming challenge. And I want to maximize the number of names on the board. The depreciating font size made for a very interesting looking board. It had big names that were like surrounded by all these little tiny names. And we had it flip over to the Hershey font eventually. In the new iteration of the board, I want to have them uniform sizes, but I want the OG subs to be larger and the gift subs to be smaller. We could just see what that looks like. I know I have some tools to, oh, I know your name. I have some tools that I've created in order to test out the look of the different schemes, but I think we should just go into this one full force. That might be too long. Get it a little shorter. There we go. Yeah, we're just having a quiet stream where I can actually work on something physical instead of sitting here programming stuff or trying to figure out a tool that I don't know how to use. The form tool in Fusion 360 is really, really good, and I think I will be able to make the airbag cover with the form tool. I found some tricks. There's some tricks that I didn't know about. One of them being that if you hold the Alt key, you can just place a new, like, either plane or panel or even like have a shape come out of a shape. So that Alt key is fairly important to getting the whole thing built in the form tool. And then what I can do is taper it in and close it off and everything. There's a bunch of really good tools that I can use for that. You know, who knew that they made the form tool to literally do exactly what I was trying to do. All right, so this one's a little smaller than I think it should be. It does fit in there pretty nicely. And if I take it into the first click, where it just starts to bow outwards a little bit, and then I can fit this wire in there. Without catching the little strands. I love hearing about your designing custom plug for your gaping hole. I should probably put the cover on first. I got a giant hole and I need it plugged tight. I had my name all over the board, yeah. Is Deadmau5 still doing Twitch streams? Is that a Deadmau5 emote? Right after telling us how much he spent on the strippers. Listen here. Not good tools in your life. With any luck, I'll be able to fully use the forming tool in order to create the whole airbag and have something that'll snap into place. And then later what we can do is we can make it so that it also has the, what do you call it? A hole for a screen. All right, hopefully that did it. It kind of didn't, although I'll go with it. Here's the problem. I probably should have put the wire in before I put it into the crimp tool. Oh, so it's a global. I see. No, that didn't do it. That didn't do it. That's a problem. Yoink. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is dead mouse. It's definitely dead mouse. Yeah, I guess dead mouse streamed for a little while. I think he might still be. I'm not sure. I can't speak bad about other streamers. I'm not allowed to. Nor do I have any beef to talk. So I'm going to shorten this a little bit and make sure that it fits properly. Oh, dear God, these did not cut that properly. I need the flush cutters. Flush cutters, help me. I guess the Nipex cutter is made specifically for this sort of thing. That's why it works so well. Okay, so that goes in like this. I gotta like hold it there. Jeez. It goes in the second to last one. Careful. Careful. It's crooked. It's crooked. Try to correct it. I think it'll be okay. Let's try. Careful. Ah! The handle slipped off. What do I do? Oh my God, what's up, Pidgey and T-Mister? That pops out. Yeah, I don't think this is tightening it properly over the wires. I just don't think it's doing it. There are some flaws with my methodology here. With any luck, it won't spark, but I'm having my doubts about the efficacy of the specific crimp tool that I'm using. It's kind of messing it up. Maybe you ain't all that you say you are. I don't think these are the mid-sizes, are they? I'm doing like the Atreides salute with this thing. There's this back here. I don't know what that specifically does. If that can maybe hype it up a little bit and get it to pinch a lot more. Because, yeah, it doesn't seem like the wire part of this thing is pinching enough. These are a pain in the butt. Come on, man. Move on the wire. I don't have a lot of wire here to work with. There we go. It's a little bit sticky, so it's kind of like sticking to the thing, and I want it to slide up. I guess that'll make a good seal, but you think I need to pop that thing up a little bit? Will we get some thermal cam? The thermal cam on BTS was not all that exciting, but I mean, yes, absolutely. It wasn't that exciting. You could see like a little trail of the heat from the laser, but it was tough to kind of make out. I guess maybe if I got it one closer. All right, what the heck is going on? I'm gonna do like this. Yeah, see, it's not like sliding up there. Come on, man. There it goes. Jeez. So what's happening is the rubber that this little jacket is made out of is sticking to the material that the wire's made out of. So it won't let me push it upwards. Son of a bitch. Yeah, the pipes. Maybe the pipes will heat up. Although with water cooling, everything is kind of at a uniform temperature. It's hard to... The water takes that heat away so quickly. Oh, lordy. Okay, let's see here. Make this back into the length. Nope, didn't quite work. Yeah, this is where the Nipex start to fail, is when you have a corner case, something weird happens and things don't work out. Okay, so there's that stripped up again. I need 2 more of these connectors to go in. So what is the adjustment on this thing? There is no way that I'm going to find any information about this tool. I got Chinese characters in 336-2. Is there any information written on the thing? X. Plus. Okay, plus and minus. So if I move this way, it'll go harder. So I'm guessing if we use that socket or the one adjacent, we may get our properly crimped stuff. And it'll probably blow up my hand when I try to use it. Probably means I need to go back and crimp the other ones too. That's going to be annoying. But in the interest of doing things properly, probably should get it done. How do I move this thing? There you go. All right, second to last. Don't solder a crimp that defeats the purpose. I always solder the crimps. See, you're not supposed to solder it because the solder can wick up the wires, and when it wicks up the wires, it creates a bending, a site for it to bend. And when it bends on that, then it gets terrible. Now, people will argue that you can do just a little tiny bit of solder on it, and I'm sure that's okay. It's just if I encourage that sort of thing, people are going to do it, and then the joints are going to blow up. Right? So you're not really supposed to have solder around these things. That's what I say. There's a corner case for every single thing that I say. That said, I need to retry some of these and see if this thing works on them. I guess maybe we can just go back to our little miniature wire here and try a new one. I'll have to see if I can recrimp the old ones. Yeah, I mean, the big wiring guide is what we always refer to. It's the NASA wiring guide. That sort of knows its stuff for probably one of the most harsh environments, space. All right, I'm going to try it in the larger... Actually, no, I probably shouldn't. I should try it in the smaller crimp. There's a little break thing right there in the back. Good to be familiar about where that break is, because if you need it, oh boy, it'll save you. All right, so this is on a slightly more tight setting. Ooh, yeah, that's the stuff. I don't know, I had it in the crimper wrong. It wasn't pressed in enough. Is it actually putting pressure on the... I guess so. I really don't know how much to trust that. I took and passed the NASA spec soldering school back in the day. That's cool. So does this just like yoink out? No, that's in there pretty good. Oh, I forgot the son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah, let's just do like a pull test right now and see if... Okay, it doesn't really grip that. How about this one? Nope. Doesn't pass the pull test. I don't know if these will pass the pull test either. I think I need to poke something into this to get it to let go. These are like loose. I don't like that. I don't like my prospects here. Why are these rattly? These are like the wrong size. Son of a bitch. Everything is wrong today. I'm gonna have like bust a blood vessel. I think these are the kind that like grip on, and so you need to actually use something to get it to let go. Yeah, there's a little nub. Although that nub shouldn't be enough to, so maybe if I just add a wrench into the equation. Jeez, barely on there. Be wary of loose spade connectors. I nearly had a fire in my old flat with some of those. I mean, what I could do is give them a little pinch. That's going to tighten it way, way beyond what I want it to be. Just a little pinch from above. Nope, that didn't do it. Yeah, I'm a little wary of these loose spade connectors. I think maybe I need to get a new spade lug kit. These spade lugs have been kind of a liability, haven't they? They don't slide, like they're too wide for these spades. Darn it. I have extra wire here. I don't have extra wire. Well, I have extra wire here for those two spade lugs. This one I haven't done yet, so got that. And then I need to find a wire to go from down here all the way up to the switch. I want it to be as modular as I can make it, and if as modular as I can make it means that I've got to solder it, I don't like that prospect. That's why NASA never used spade connection. I wonder. No, they all use aeronautical stuff. So solder cups, circular connectors, that sort of thing. Well, this is a soldering guide, so it's not going to have anything about that. I don't think they're in the business of using those, yeah. Okay, I need to get a better spade lug connection kit. Bum, 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 bum. This is the overall pick and the one that I ordered before, so I don't want to get that one again. There's a chance that I do have some of these in a bin somewhere behind me. I could maybe look around for it. Hey, Niano. They're fine if they're tight. You just need the right size. Yeah, and these are like a weird size for the AC plug. I don't know why I don't have that in this kit. Glarks. Good on you, Glark. What do you got? This is the same kit that I have. This is the exact same kit that I have. Mine's Twidek. Who do you trust more? Twidek or Glarks? This is like some kind of a Rick and Morty parody kind of freaking name for these things. The joke's on you. I'm a robot. Let's see. 2.8, 4.8. All right, so what's the size that I'm dealing with here? I don't want to solder to them. This is my AC input to the rest of my system, and if I'm soldering to these lugs, it makes them more unwieldy and less universal and all that stuff. 2.3 millimeters is what I just measured. This has 2.8, 4, and 6. 2, 4, and 6. Wait, that doesn't look like 2 millimeters. What did I do? Wait, I didn't just measure. Was that really 2 millimeters? Hold on a second. I am trusting of this. That I just measured 1. Oh no, it moved after I bumped it after I measured it. That's what it is. 4.8. There we go. 4.8. So it's the middle size of that one. Well, that would mean that I should probably have, yeah, this says 4.8. Which ones are the 4.8s? Which ones are these? These cannot be the 4. These are apparently the 4.8s. Oh my god, it fits perfectly. Son of a bitch, I'm using the wrong size. What about you? No, wait a minute. These are a different size. Which size are these? The switch is 4.8. Hold on. The switch is 4.8. These are Okay, all right. You, just one of these days. Having one of these days. Maybe I'll do a painting stream. That could be less frustrating than this. And then nobody can tell you what's right or wrong. Because when you paint, everything is... Oh, turned off. 4.9. Okay, so they're all 4.8. So that means that this should go on there. It's probably just needs to be widened a little bit, like pulled out this way so that it's a little bit less tight of a fit because it's a thick spade. So I'm going to just use a screwdriver and test that theory. Yeah, no, Cat, thank you for the 20 months of Prime. Where did that time go? How is it already 20 months? That's incredible. Thank you so much, Ian, Cat. Some days you make big progress on projects, and other days you just sit there waiting for some DIN rail to arrive and stare at the screen. Don't you tell me about that after the day that I've had. Wiring jobs always take 6 times as long as you'd expect. I can use this size, the 4.8 millimeters on everything, and then it won't be as loose. So we need to start over. No, not completely. Just a couple of the joints. A couple of these joints need to be done over. One thing that I dislike, and I think I need to bend it out of these, is I need to push the little pokey bit in the middle. These have this little nub. This little nub right here. And this nub seems to be engineered to prevent this spade from ever unplugging unless you push in the nub, which is very annoying because you can't access that very easily. I could maybe slide like a pin tool in there. I need to pre-bend the nub out. I hate that nub. Me too. Me too. 20 months distributed over 5 or 6 years. Don't flatter yourself. What are you talking about? Don't flatter yourself. The whole point of this was to flatter me. All right, so that's what we're up against. I can't believe the nub is shaped like that. Bend the side of the connector a little bit and then bend it back. Like pulling directly backwards, I'm dealing with like a shelf of metal. So I need to either get something in there, which typically could take the form of something like a pin tool, or I don't know. I don't know how else I could do it. But these have the rubber jacket around them. Actually, because these are the wrong size, I think what I can do is pinch them vertically. I guess that worked. Jeez. Give it a little vertical pinch. Yeah, that worked. That worked out. Jeez. Trying to make this thing perfect. If you bend open the curl on the side, you can twist the connector enough to get it clear of the nub, and then you can bend the curl back. I just took advantage of the fact that it was too large of a plug, and so when I squished it vertically, it made it bow outwards, and that got it out. There's a review of your spade kit where somebody also has problems where things don't fit correctly. I had a spade kit that had 3 different thicknesses, and as the thickness went up, it would be open a little bit more. There's multiple spades of the different sizes for different tasks, and I think they just gave us one in this kit, so it's probably the source of a bunch of that discombobulation where it like fits, but it's a little too tight because it's meant to be on a thinner connector and carry less current. But yeah, I think before I put them in, I need to bend out the nub just a little bit. Are these going to be able to carry the right? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? The shadow knows. This kit came with a lot of these little sleeves that are exactly the same size. Problem is, if I got like a better kit, it would come with more of these things. And these are a little bit, they're a little sticky. It's like I can't move that anymore. Ah, this sucks. This sucks. If I can like keep it moving, maybe it won't. Nope. That immediately gets stuck. How do I get over that? What the? Yeah, just with pressure. Yeah. Yeah. Everything about this is just a struggle, isn't it? Well, I want to do things the proper way. Proper way is cumbersome. Yeah, the gauge of wire that I want to fit around these lugs is too big. And I think these are meant for a much smaller gauge of wire. So I think what I need to do is I need to find the proper size 4.8 millimeter spade. I don't want to involve grease. Pre-crimped, no. 100 pieces, 4.8, quick splice, connector with insulated sleeve, 18 to 15. This is 14 gauge wire. Shit. Wait a minute. You're off by one. This is probably the same. Why would you take all the pictures with this thing inside of the insulated? There's one picture where it's outside of the thing. I don't want to spend another $10 on this thing, but maybe that may be my fate. That looks crazy. That's looks like the tool that I'm using already. Oh my God, they're so fancy. Look at how fancy they all are. Fancy, fancy. $34 for that? Can I get just the crimps? Because it looks like that one is a better... Oh, wait, hold on. Spade locking tab, quick splice, non-insulated. I mean, that's fine, probably. What gauge wire? The terminal with locking tab. Okay, 4.8. This one is 2.8, blah, blah, blah. This is the same kit as everybody else has. It's a different terminal for the size of wire that I have. Yeah, see, I just don't get the details on. And of course, you know, I'm shopping on Amazon. That's my first mistake, obviously. I should be using like McMaster-Carr or DigiKey or something like that. You know, that's my first mistake, is trying to get things cheaply on a site where I have free shipping already. I'm choosing the thick cable for a purpose. I'm choosing the 14 gauge because I figure that it's going to carry all the current and never get hot. The blue one? Yeah, I know. But you know, let me see if I can just find the right thing. I mean, this thing looks kind of like it's the right thing. It looks like it's slightly thicker metal. Looks aren't everything. I don't know if it'll do the gauge that I want. Might be that you can't find 4.8 in... That can't be true. 6.3 non-insulated. This one's 4. Feature, design, blah, 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 blah. These are not applicable information. The applicable information that I want out of this thing. Wait a minute. More junk from China, not properly. Works perfectly. Junk. I keep buying packs of terminals. They're tinfoil stamped 8 or 9 layers thick. They're trash. These terminals actually still use metal. I'll be buying other terminals from this brand. Okay. So many stars. Airsoft AG trigger and the motor. Easy replacement. Saves a ton of money. Can you talk a little bit more about the technical specifications here? This is barely a valid measurement. Not 6. Well, these are advertised as 4 millimeters. These are the 4 millimeters ones. See, 4.8. Much fake review, very AI. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. So I could go out on a limb with these, and maybe they would fit the wire size that I need them to. It's also possible that I could use smaller wires. That may be a thing. I could take apart a different power plug, because I guess the plug that I'm plugging in with is probably going to be the smaller type of wire size. I just don't want to make it too small. I don't want these wires to get hot, you know? Plated spade connectors. We don't need plated. But this is an entire $6 that I don't have to spend if I already have the stuff that I need. Yeah, maybe just because I ran out of wire, I'll use the different wire size. And I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that off camera. We'll come back and we'll actually work on Burn the Subs more. We'll be able to do the actual electrical testing. I'll be able to plug this thing into the wall, and we'll be able to witness whether or not it explodes. That'll be something that we do on Thursday. So Wednesday, no stream. That's a day for shipping items that we might discover today. Today was mostly looking for my wire crimps and stuff. I'm now totally set up to do all of the different crimping and the wiring that I need to do. I know where my wire sizes are. I've got most of the stuff right here. We can just start kind of speccing out all this stuff and making sure things are going to get to where they need to go, and we'll kind of step through it as we go. 14 gauge for 120 volts, 15 amp, as you already know. Yes. But the question is, like, you know, we've got circuit board, Raspberry Pi, VFD, pump, fans, laser. This is a 3 amp breaker. 3, not 15. So this thing is probably going to be well under spec'd. But the question is, 120 volts, 3 amps, is that enough power to drive the whole thing? It might be. Might be. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff using up wattage, but I don't think it's going to be incredible. The quiescent current that this thing is going to draw, I don't think that's too much either, although it is probably going to complain about it. And then I'd also probably like to put one of those LED panels in this so that I can have some kind of a thing running. When Burn the Subs isn't really running, I will be drawing current from the supply so that it doesn't make a loud screaming noise. But we don't know if this thing screams yet, so that's what I want to find out. We'll find that out on Thursday. The Thursday, we will come back and I will have taken some smaller wires and actually wired this up, because this is getting very frustrating. And if I go for a smaller wire, then I can use silicon jacketed wires, and those will be nice. We tried. I tried. Some days, you know, some days you wag the dog, right? So, oh man, I've got like a giant hangnail. That's why it like pulled a hair when I tried to run my hand through my hair. Fun stuff. So you can go smaller gauge wire. Yeah, but I mean, look, why do we use giant solid stranded wires in our walls? Because we don't want our walls catching fire. So, you know, that's like something I don't want to have a heat producing wire behind my Burn the Subs. It's not really something I want to spec out, you know? Sorry, had to deal with that nail. You know, inside your enclosures, you want to use beefy wires because you don't want the wires to be what fails. That's kind of a bad scenario. All right, anyway, I'm going to ramp down. Thank you, everybody, for doing what you do. Being a peanut gallery while I sit here and do weird tasks. Thursday, we're going to come back and we're going to actually be able to do some of this testing. So I'm going to actually be able to fire this thing up. Now, my Blue Sky got hacked and then blown up, so I could make another one, but then I wouldn't have any followers, which would be very sad for me because I was approaching 300. It was pretty nice, but it got hacked and then blown up. So B-Sky's not a thing. It's still up there. The best place to find me is Discord. There's been a lot of really good questions on Discord lately. So what's that? 14, 15 amp, 12, 20 amp. Yeah, cool stream. I wonder that you are the only real electronics geek streaming anywhere. Sorry, if I'm the only one doing this, Uwo's Lab. Here, I'm gonna shout out Uwo's Lab and then Flatulent Gonad. Oh wait, is it slash? Yeah, shout out. Not in all caps. Shout out Uwo's. Is that an underscore? I forget. Uwo's, is it all one word? I can't find him. Well, shout out Flatulent Gonad. He does this stuff sometimes too. There's a couple of us out there. We're few and far between, but Uwo's Lab does more like insane stuff and usually starts a fire, and he does a lot of food content. Flatulent Gonad does a lot of gaming content, but also does a lot of this kind of stuff too. Building controllers and just being a kind of a lunatic when it comes to electronics. We're out there. We are out there. You can definitely find, you know, all kinds of other electronicsy stuff. I never trust a streamer in a lab coat. I think that's always selling yourself a little bit to the wrong crowd. Is people expect the Rick and Morty sort of electronics expert with a lab coat on. It's like, no, we don't wear lab coats. Anyway, no, I'm out. I'm done. I'm rage quitting this stream because I'm getting pissed off at this stuff. We did a little bit of wiring, and a little bit of wiring goes a long way. We'll come back to this on Thursday. We'll get this thing to power up. I'll have the right size wire. I'll have all the right crimps, and we'll put all the right stuff in the right places. I know it's bad to draw 20 amps from your wall, but at the same time, I wanted to have like the security of having thick wires inside of this thing in case I do draw a little bit of current. But I guess this is a 3 amp breaker, so I can definitely go down in size. I always felt silly working in an electronics lab when we were required to have white lab coats. I've worked in some of the most high-tech, I guess some places do like to have their boffins and lab coats, but all the places that I've worked have been pretty hardcore electronics places, and it's like t-shirts. I mean, when you get to like clean room environments, I guess that makes sense to have a thick coat on, but I don't know. We're out here in the mines, right? We're doing all the practical applications. I had a lab coat for a bit, but I lost it pretty fast. I would be like putting a beach ball in a lab coat. It just wouldn't really work out. I need to lose a lot of weight. I need to do that anyway. I'm gonna figure that out soon. All right. On that note, I'm gonna shut down. I am done, and I will catch you guys later. We'll be back on Thursday.